Alright, you're gonna have to bear with me today, because today is a headache day. Today's the day we woke up with a headache. Real quick. So, if you remember, last night we were playing a little bit long, because the Twilight Highlands was the zone that wouldn't end. I actually was doing a little bit of the boring on it off camera. So, the score on the screen is actually up to date at the moment. Yep, wrong button. The other I button. There's no I button. No wonder. Okay, here, boop. So anyways, now that we've finished the zone, let's do the raid. No, not even close, Blade of all. The only one that is going to come anywhere near Kata in terms of length is Legion. So, welcome to the Twilight Bastion. Which is, remember, we entered a portal and now we're at the top of, like, the sky, and now we're down here, and I don't know where we are. Again, supposedly this is under the Grim Batol. I don't know. Well, I enjoy Kata just fine, especially compared to, say, Wrath or BZ. But Kata is a little bit long, and I'm well tired of it. I'm ready to move on to something better. First boss. This one's a funny one. So there's whelps over there. There's a storm drake over there. Over the left we have a nether drake and then a stone drake. Each one of these has different abilities and different consequences for working with them. They also all give you different... Oh, and a time drake. Each of these gives you different buffs and different abilities. However, the boss has this thing where he will mind control them, and all of a sudden they give those abilities to themselves and to the boss. So the way this fight goes is actually kind of fun. You start off really strong, like, alright, let's go, because we free all the drakes. And then he's like, oh yeah? And just kind of slowly makes it harder as the fight goes on. It's kind of a weird tempo for a fight.
We'll have your heads, all of them!
He's dead.
Robbers and chaos! The twilight has come!
Shadows lengthen, endless night.
Deathwing has sundered this world,
Doors once opened never close.
so that its true lords may return.
The master...
Mortals, you merely separate the wheat from the chaff.
Unworthy, unworthy.
Fun fact, if you go down here quickly enough, you could, like, find yourself locked, and Shogal's just standing there talking to you, and he won't progress, so you can't enter the next fight.
Theralia, put them in their...
Do as the Master commands, Theralia! Kill them!
The Master was clearly speaking to you, Valiona. I am far too busy to attack anyone.
You are worthless, Theralian! Ah!
How dare you call me worthless? You will see why I am Mother's favorite child!
Okay, so, sorry, two things. Yeah, do you guys need a moment? First of all, it's worth noting, yeah, as Mirstar points out, this is the elite. You remember how in Icecrown Citadel it was the absolute best troops of the Lich King? Same concept. This is the best of the best of the best of the Twilight Hammer. Now, you're probably sitting there thinking to yourself, well, hang on. This was the launch raid. And you're correct. It's just another reason why Kata was kind of weird, because the raid after this canonically was Firelance, which we'll be doing later, of course, which is the fire elemental, so obviously no Twilight's Hammer's presence there to speak of. And the final raid is Dragon Soul, which has some Twilight's Hammer, but is mostly just straight up old god minions and dragons. So, no, this right here, this is the seat of power. and the actual uber elite of the Twilight Hammer. So we knocked them over first, canonically. Yeah, there's the big boss that dies in Act 1. It's strange. Like, if you haven't figured this out yet, we're going to kill Cho'Gall in the launch raid. It's a very strange choice. Like, imagine knocking over, I don't know, Valigarmanda as, like, the intro raid boss. It's unusual. Dragon Quest 4. Dragon Quest 5. Dragon Quest 6. Much appreciate, as always, Godgiver. Thank you. So, these two are actually Twilight Dragons. There's two of the first Twilight Dragons. You probably remember Valiona, because you probably remember them mentioning her in... we actually fought her briefly in Grim Bratol. These two are siblings, obviously, and they both kind of hate each other. So the way this fight works is each of them have abilities that kind of cancel out the others, and you have to kind of balance who you fight when, and blah, blah, blah. And you start off fighting her, and then you fight him, and then you fight her, and then you fight them both. It's actually a pretty cool back and forth, but we're just going to boop.
At least, Thralian dies with me.
As you can see, they share a health bar.
Closer, closer. Let us see your faces. All will be humbled before his power.
So, these guys were mean. The fact that one of these guys was considered a trash pack by himself should say all it needs to there.
Welcome, mortals.
Frail little children.
Few have laid on.
What? Cho'Gall? Okay. Anyways, what I was going to say is if you remember in the Blackrock Chasms, we saw where these guys were being experimented on, where they were first designing the evolved Twilight Draconeer. So, this is the conclusion of that research. And in this room, we have 4 Ascended. This isn't quite...
It is here the Chosen realize their destiny.
One with eternity.
And it is here that you will realize yours.
End of the flesh. End of the flesh.
So this isn't quite a council fight. It's kind of close to one. You fight 2 of the council at the same time, and both of them have abilities you have to deal with.
Brothers of Twilight, the hammer calls to you.
Fire, water, earth, air.
Leave your mortal shell behind.
Fire, water, earth, air.
Embrace your new forms, for here and ever after.
Burn and drown and crush and suffocate.
And use your gifts to destroy the unbelievers.
Burn and drown and crush and suffocate.
I'm trying to talk here, Cho'Gall. So rude. You fight 2 at once. They kind of complement each other. You have to deal with them both. But here's the weird thing. When any given boss is... This is what I liked about this fight. When any given boss's health gets below... I forget the percent, but it's like 30% or something like that. They immediately switch into round 2 and go away. So then you fight the next 2 bosses who do the same thing. Then when you have successfully gotten at least one mob of the second bundle to 30%, then they all merge into this super Elementium monstrosity, which you then have to kill. Now the thing is, the Elementum... So the first 4 fights are very complex, you know, pay attention, coordination checks. The last fight is a straight-up DPS race. Here's the cool part. All damage done to the first 4 bosses is stacks for the final boss. So in other words, if you somehow magically were able to get every single one of the 4 bosses to 1 health, the final phase would have 4 health. Make sense? So the goal of the first couple of phases is to try and get both bosses as low as possible before one of them ticks over the 30% marker. And then do the same thing with the second phase. That way you can have as little to deal with as possible when it comes to the final phase. I always thought that was a cool mechanic. It is 30%. I was right.
This foolishness. We will handle them. An impressive display. To have made it this far.
What now? Witness true
The fury of the elements.
Behold. Impossible!
Actually, I was reminded very much of the Four Fiends fight in FF4 specifically. Alright, Cho'Gall, do you have anything to say? No? Okay. Well, he's the next fight.
Foolish mortals!
Usurpers' children!
Nothing you have done has...
Born of a lesser god!
I am trying to speak here.
Words, words, words! The Master wants murder!
All falls to chaos. All will be destroyed.
Chaos, chaos!
Your work here today changes nothing.
Chaos, chaos! All things end!
No mortal may see what you have and live.
Your end has come!
I should mention this trash here was extremely mean. There's no way to pull anything in this bundle without pulling everything in this bundle. You've got Shadow Menders, you've got big old two-hander guys, multiple of them. So 3 healers, 3 two-handers, Portal Shapers, which will just sit there summoning more and more ads the whole time. And of course the Faceless Minion guys, so just swarms of trash swarming you while everything else is happening. These final few packs sucked. But yes, this is Cho'Gall, a character that's been around since Warcraft 2. And for once, I actually think they did him justice as a raid boss and as a character. The voice acting helps. We literally, like, this is what, like, 5th mission of Warcraft 2 as the Horde. You had to escort Cho'Gall down that one map, you remember that? Yeah, he's been around for a minute. So I'm going to go body pull him so you can see him just for a little bit.
Enough!
To his will, flesh succumbs. From his kingdom, chaos comes!
Yes! What he said!
Mind control.
So, yeah, he has a mind control mechanic. Which, we're going to push through that.
We are shattered. Let her finish.
So in heroic mode only, he's not the final boss of the raid. And instead, we have to deal with one last boss. You know, I always assumed Cho was the one on the left, and therefore the smart one. Hi, Act. I don't actually know, though. This kind of irritated me. So, okay, hang on. First and foremost, negative to something. Oh god, I don't remember what we put this under. Shoot. What did we put this under? Hang on, one second. Hang on. Let me check my FF14 review really quick. Because we established precedence on this for this fight, and another one we'll see in the future. There it is. Okay, we're putting this under gameplay, under difficulty. Got it. Yeah, this is a policy they did for a couple of expansions, and then immediately stopped doing. Thank God. Which is locking behind critical story, behind doing the super optional hard mode. Which, if I could just talk about that very, very briefly, that never made sense. Having extra super optional bosses makes sense, because, you know, raid people want loot and they want challenge. But locking critical story behind super optional hard mode? Frankly, most people doing super optional hard mode do not care about the narrative of why they're killing a given boss. Yeah, Ra does this in Pandaria. Sinestra does this right here. And then they do this again with Cho'Gall. in Warlords. Go figure. That's the last time they did that, thankfully. Like they walked away from that, but God, why? Mythic Gul'dan, It's not quite the same thing. I don't think I'm gonna ding that fight. Not like these. I get what you're referencing, but So, we've met this woman before.
We were fools to entrust an imbecile like Cho'Gall with such a sacred duty. I will deal with you intruders myself!
So this is Sinestra. We actually saw her all the way back in Outland. Oh yeah, Mythic Hellfire. I forgot about that one. But you're right. Again, Warlords. So, yeah, this is the only female dragon to ever survive mating with Deathwing. That is exactly as unpleasant as it sounds, and I have no jokes to add to that. You can actually literally see the molten gashes in her body. I should also mention that that action also drove her completely insane. You're wondering what all these eggs are. These are all her eggs, hers and Deathwing's. And they're all Twilight eggs, because every single one of this brood was going to be sacrificed to make the Twilight Dragons. Now, if you've been paying any kind of attention, you may or may not be wondering, why make the Twilight Dragons to begin with? What's the goal there? Well, they actually only want one Twilight Dragon, as weird as that sounds. They want one perfect Twilight Dragon, because a perfectly crafted Twilight Dragon will be a sufficient nexus point of energy in order to collapse the Twilight Realm in on itself, causing tremendous and mass devastation to the whole world. In other words, they're trying to craft a new calamity to try and, they're making a nuke, to put it extremely simply. So that's the goal with all of this, and that's why they have so many eggs, is because they need to have as many possible to make sure that they have that one success. So let's go ahead and poke her. We should get a little buddy who you may or may not even remember in a second here.
I tire of this. Do you see this clutch amidst which you stand? I have nurtured the spark within them, but that life force is and always will be mine. Behold, power beyond your...
Heroes, you are not alone in this dark place.
Hi, Caitlin.
Syntharia, your master owes me a great debt. One that I intend to extract from his consort's hide.
So, it's a beam battle. And what we do in this fight changes how the beam battle goes. So we... God, I forget the exact way how this lines up, but it's something like we kill ads.
Heroes, my power wanes.
Yeah, I know. We kill ads, which causes... Oh no, we have to do damage to her, which pulls her mana down. That's right. She then drains mana from the nearby eggs, which allows us to then remove the protection from the big eggs, which then allows us to damage the big eggs, which is what forces us into phase 3. It's actually a pretty complex fight. I don't remember all the moving pieces right now, so forgive me. I'm just going to pour some damage into her. There we go. There we go. Yeah, a lot of ads. All of them Twilight.
You are weakening, Syntharia. Accept the inevitable.
You mistake this for weakness? Fools!
There we go. Okay, now we go and kill the egg, because now she pulls up the egg. You're right, there's actually a huge rice taking the eggs out.
Drawing upon this Deathwing!
Oh, and she's dead.
I have fallen. The brood is lost.
What she said there was, drawing upon this source will set us back for months. You should feel honored to be worthy of its expenditure. So, that last phase, I just want to comment on this briefly. That last phase was something of a race, because the moment she pulls down the invuln field on the eggs, she's draining from the eggs, and she will then kill Kalen very quickly if you don't immediately burn down the eggs. And we haven't really talked about what Twilight is yet, because the game hasn't talked about what Twilight is yet. We get the idea that it's unnatural and it has to be crafted. We also know that the nether drakes are part of it. Yeah, the eggs were kind of a pain back in the day. Is that it? No. So I'm looking for something specifically here. Ignore this. None of this exists. None of this exists. Is it over here? Nah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Moving on. With the Twilight's hammer knocked over, and the Twilight brood more or less wiped out completely, yeah, Dragon Soul had so many issues. It was very rushed and very just thrown together. Like, there's issues with it. For those who don't know, Chromatus is from the books, comics, I don't know, whichever. Because he was supposed to be a Hydra-type dragon, right? Multiple heads. The one and only true chromatic dragon. But they couldn't get it to work, so they didn't. So, are you here to help the cause? Mount Hyjal burns.
Go in peace. Greetings.
We knew the Alliance would send help, and not a moment too soon.
Asha Fela.
Gailota, we have heard much about you and your previous accomplishments. It is good to hear that you've come here just as Azeroth finds itself in a great time of need. Deathwing's minions are attacking Hyjal and seek to... Okay, sorry. And seek to bring the destructive Ragnaros back into our world. Aronis will take you to join Malfurion's forces.
Elune light your path.
Okay. So as you can see, the minions of the flame have already been to Hyjal.
No, it can't be. Our forward outpost has been obliterated.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Is it too late? I feel Deathwing's presence nearby.
I wouldn't worry about that too much. Where are we getting closer to Deathwing?
By fire be purged!
The Fire Lord has risen! We must send word to the others! Let us hurry!
Yeah, let's get the hell out of Dodge. So as you can see, they've already got a foothold of the fire plane here on Mount Hyjal. They literally have already pulled a fortress through. So, yeah. We start off in Hyjal already losing the battle for Mount Hyjal. Nice first step. Also the first time we see Ysera in the game. She's wearing this for some reason. Don't ask me. I mean, the real reason is because Alexstrasza was wearing this, and Alexstrasza was wearing this was because Sylvanas was wearing this. That's a reuse.
I have seen your dreams. Courage, young one.
She appears to be in
Hope
some
is
sort of
never
trance.
lost. Together, we shall prevail.
Her eyes look distant, as if not fully acknowledging you. I feel it as well, warrior. Ragnaros has arrived. We must defeat his minions before he can join them and lend them his strength. Seek Malfurion Stormrage at the Tranquil Grove west of here, and aid his forces in any way you can. I must seek answers from the dream. You must protect the World Tree until I return.
Every dream has its nightmare, and every nightmare has an end.
Does it, though?
What brings you here?
The effects of the Twilight's hammer attack can be felt even here, this close to the World Tree. As our forests burn, the very earth turns against us in a crazed frenzy.
Be careful.
What brings you?
This is no natural occurrence. There must be Twilight presence behind our lines we haven't accounted for. It's possible that whoever's instigating the elemental disturbance is using foul magic to hide themselves from our sight. Seek the aid of the fairy dragons. They can see through our enemies' illusions. And give them juniper berries. That'll gain their trust.
Be careful.
Remulos is here.
We must safeguard the land. Until we next meet.
Ignore that portal over there. Ignore it. Ignore it. Okay, it doesn't exist. It's okay, it's literally just a portal to the Emerald Dream. I'm pretty sure I can't even walk in there. Here's a check. Yep, won't even let me. Very portalist. Yeah, my druid can walk in there. Void Elf is good, friend. Follow now. We find intruder. We'll rip their heads off. Oh, sorry. And what was that? Here's the storm where Brightwing was just wonderfully disturbing. I mean, that's true, Magister. Although we haven't really hit the major time dungeon lore-wise yet, although we will pretty soon. Wait. Let's see. Video games. I don't see Andrea Libman on, Here's the Storm. I don't know what you're talking about, Yura. We're gonna let those bears die. Like they deserve to. No bears will make it to the water under my watch.
an attack now? I do. It is time to attack the bad people. Join me? Let us make their insides outsides.
You know, I'm gonna stop there. Brightwing has a lot of lines. As in, like, 14 minutes worth of dialogue. That's Brightwing, in a nutshell. I used to like playing as Brightwing, too. I tried to star 69 Darkness, but he didn't pick up his phone. Darkness must have been screening his calls.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
You've done well, Galota. We cannot allow the Twilight's Hammer spies this close to the World Tree.
May the Eternals...
We've identified the general direction where the infiltrators have been coming from, thanks to your work. Now we just need to shut down their camp and put an end to their operations this side of Nordrassil. Take this horn. It'll signal one of the Emerald Drakes to swoop down and give these Twilight cultists a taste of the flames they so madly worship.
Winds be at your back.
I thank you. Your fighting prowess is admirable. Yeah,
Goddess, watch over you.
not the word I'd use, but I accept it. Zip, zip, zip. Hi guys. You are all about to die, just so you know. Like, this is kind of a courtesy call thing, you know? You know that's true, Caroline was. And that makes sense. Deathwing has always been the kind of guy which N'Zoth has just barely been holding the reins back on. So I honestly doubt he could have held him off much longer. Perhaps amusingly, for such a powerful tool, Deathwing was always a terrible tool.
How? We shall meet again.
That's the first weapon I've gotten in, like, an extremely long time. Probably not 5, especially since technically that happens after this. Even though that makes no sense. And yes, I've already given that negatives before you ask.
I must protect the wild.
Make no mistake about this, Galota. The outcome of this war will determine the very survival of our world as we know it. The Twilight's Hammer has become more powerful than ever with Deathwing's return. Should they succeed in taking the World Tree, they might strike a blow from which we will never recover. It is time we beat back the enemy. It is time we crush the Twilight's Hammer.
May the winds be at your back.
A powerful artifact known as the Flameseer Staff was lost during the initial onslaught by enemy forces. It was an ancient bone staff that granted its wielder power over elements of fire. Its fragments litter the ground around us. Bring them to us. Perhaps the artifact's power will still be of use.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
No, story-wise, it's kind of strange. Story-wise, Vashir is definitely first. There's no real arguing that one. Deepholm and Uldum are probably next in that order. Uldum references Vashir, and Deepholm leads to Uldum. So, that makes sense in both directions. Twilight's Highland was probably intended to be last, but as I've pointed out a few times, despite everything, it actually makes more sense in general for Twilight Highlands to be, I guess, fourth, with Hyjal then being last. Hyjal also serves as a better conclusory kind of zone, just in general construction. If you're paying attention, the Twilight Highlands certainly had some good stuff in it, but it also petered out pretty hard by the end there. Oh, these hurt like hell. Jeez Louise. And yeah, Hyjal leads directly to the Molten Front. Molten Front leads directly to Firelands. There's a better flow to it. Like, the intended order would be like Vashir, and then Hyjal, and then Deepholm, and then Oldham, and then Twilight Highlands, and then Twilight Bastion, and then Zul'Gurub and Zulaman. Actually, in the reverse order of that. Then the Molten Front, back on Hyjal. Then Firelands, back on Hyjal. Then Dragon Soul, which is at the Caverns of Time, because, of course. If there's one thing I know Bladespell's going to like today, it's how many negatives we're going to give the finale of Kata, because, well, I like Kata a lot, as I think the score on the screen would indicate. The entire outro is just a lot of, huh? And 3 extremely cool dungeons, admittedly. I'm sorry, I actually very unironically love all 3 of the finale dungeons. Especially the first and second ones. Yeah, you could tell they were, I don't want to say upset about it. You could tell they were changing their minds about it even back in the day, because they were like, I mentioned this already, but Dragon Soul in general, the entire finale, was just really thrown together. All dungeons will score badly due to abandonment up until Dragonflight, every single one of them. I decided to put my foot down on that. Even if they fix scaling or unfix scaling or whatever, that's too morphic, as we've already seen. There's too many cases where scaling does work or doesn't work, even on an individual dungeon-to-dungeon basis. So we're just going to stick with the abandonment negatives until, / if, they ever actually do something to properly allow us to experience older content, such as the roulette system or backporting the follower dungeon. Both of those I would consider acceptable to ejecting the abandonment negatives. So it's the End Times, the Will of Eternity, and then I don't even remember what it's called, but it's the march up to the Dragon Soul. Like, the 3rd Dragon Soul dungeon literally leads to the Dragon Soul raid directly. Hour of Twilight, yeah, that was it. Shaman. So many people used to die on that last charge. Good morning, Sean. Happy New Year.
How may I aid you?
We've done well, but I fear the battle is far from over. Yeah?
May nature guide your path.
Excellent. This will be a great weapon against enemy forces.
Nature stands with you.
The large elementals that besiege us are not a singular entity. They're an amalgamation of lesser spirits bound together by Twilight Hammer cultist magic. The rebuilt staff gives us enough power to shatter its bonds. Destroy the smaller elementals once you've broken up the more dangerous ones.
May nature guide your path.
I don't think I'd call those slippers. More like moccasins. some classes weren't ready for this level of AoE. So it's like, alright. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Once you know it's coming, it's fine, but it's like, ah. And then some specs are warrior. Yeah, I'm about to do that. I'm already level 66. The list of my 67s grows. I actually thought about doing Hyjal on a lower level character, but I don't need to. Well, I mean, this is... So, for those of you not aware, Hyjal was actually here in vanilla. The terrain was here. It wasn't painted properly, so it was really, really boring looking. Like, all of this wonderful foliage and all of the flames and all that. All that's new as of Kato. So they do a good job with it. But yeah, most of the actual terrain here is just vanilla terrain. If that should look familiar, because if you're paying attention, this does pretty much follow the same path as the Hyjal raid. And deliberate references, the Hyjal zone ends up going down the mountain, whereas the Hyjal raid end up crawling up it. Good morning, Linnea. I feel you on that, but today's a headache day for me. Still, I think we're gonna get some positives. I think we can swing a couple, one or two. I am extraordinarily looking forward to Pandaria. Yes, like all of this is new. For example,
Greetings, friend.
Ragnaros is not the only powerful elemental that's reemerged into our world. The dreaded Baron Geddon is leading the onslaught, and we must put an end to his rampage. The Flame Seer's staff has proven powerful. Maybe it's powerful enough to weaken him to the point where Archdruids can bind him. Go and be careful. He is a dangerous and treacherous being.
May the winds be at your back.
Alright, Baron Geddon, let's do this. Hope he kills me. In fact, I'm going to try to get killed right here. Oh! That was very strange. Like, I was taking the wrong damage there, if you're paying attention. Probably because I leveled in the middle of taking the attack. But whatever, I'm 67 now. So I'll be right back, Baron Geddon. Just give me a second, okay? Just chill for a minute, alright? Just red light. Yeah, gotta go freeze my experience. Hang on, hang on. I'm totally down for being murdered. It's cool. Damn it. I mean, really, I enjoy being murdered, honestly. That's why I play Magicka.
Be careful.
Let's see. Final talent point. Let's grab that. And that, yeah. Yeah. Look at that. I'm still sad they never fixed Magicka 2 to the point where we could ever play it. That game was so buggy, we literally never got past the first stage. Or second stage, more accurately. 50-50, Sean. It wouldn't surprise me if they pull such a trigger if they ever want to bump. Guild Wars 2 actually did something like that not too long ago, where they put Guild Wars 2 up on Steam, and lo and behold, there was a bump in players because of that. I don't know, Euro, to be quite honest with you. I was wondering that, too. Okay. Green light. Yes, kill me with your flames. Kill me with your flames. Please? Please kill me? Alright, whatever. I'm all sad. He's not killing me. I have no idea. Mega Skull Months pop up. Like, the point of putting it on Steam was to get new players. I have no idea what that did to existing players. Yeah, no, he totally killed me back in the day. Like, you had to run out and then back in and then run out and then back in order to do this quest, and he's just, he's just pathetic. God damn it, Geddon. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
How might nature serve?
Well done, Galota. We cannot afford to lose any further ground in Hyjal. By stopping Baron Geddon, we have dealt a huge blow to the enemy.
Nature stands with you.
The druids of the Hyjal are not the only ones sworn to defend this land. The Emerald Dragons have come to our cause. Speak with Elisra.
May the eternal sun
Elisra.
shine upon thee.
I hear she's a pretty cool gal. My duties here, viewing the enemy's movements from above, commanding our armies where they're needed. Your aid would be most welcome. I've heard about you and the news you brought from the south. The battle's reached a stalemate, one that I fear is about to be broken by the Fire Lord's reawakening. That is, unless we tip the scales in our favor. There was a scout that was captured by the Twilight's Hammer. I believe she's in possession of valuable intelligence. Alright, let's go interrogate the scout here. Hey, excuse me.
What brings you here?
Help has arrived at last.
Good luck, friend.
I've been scouting behind enemy lines for nearly a day when they caught me. This attack on our front lines is not what it appears. I'll give you details, but let's get away out of here. Only the overseers carry keys, and from what I recall, they're in the middle of the crater, in the thick of it. See if you can get a key off one of them.
May the stars guide you.
Okay, I can do that. I've never even heard of it, Yura. I mean, it makes sense as Mirror Star. Again, the narrative works better if you consider Hyjal after Twilight, as I've already mentioned. So it makes sense if this is just what's left, especially given a quest we're coming up to soonish. And by soonish, I mean like an hour from now. Down here, when we deal with the Twilight Hammer base, which is down in the corner. It's clearly not the elites left, you know?
Ishnu Allah. Asha Fela.
I am thankful, Galota. I will deliver my findings to our people.
Be careful.
I thank you for freeing me. I will tell our allies of our findings. I suggest you return to the Emerald Dragon. The Twilight Hammer does not seek to gain territory. They're after a prisoner. Fandral Staghelm is being held at the Barrow Dens. The attack is a distraction to free him. To what end, I cannot tell.
Farewell.
Why would they want Fandral? This development is troubling. We must act swiftly. The Twilight's Hammer wants to free Fandral Staghelm. Malfurion suspected his corruption ran deep. This just cements it. At any rate, we cannot allow our enemies to get their hands on a powerful archdruid. I've got a plan. We'll move the prisoner through the Emerald Dream. It'll be risky. With all the cultists here, it's the only way to guarantee success. Okay. Let's go fix it. See, the funny thing about that, Magister, is this kind of makes sense both ways. It just makes more sense the other way. In other words, sure, yeah, we're fighting the dregs of the Twilight's Hammer here because this is a starter zone. But it makes more sense if we're fighting the dregs of the Twilight's Hammer because they're all that's left. Also, I like the title, Bragman. Okay. No, I'm right, I've got a plan. Just need to get a little more money. Just a little. Okay, there we go. You lie, Hira. There's Fandral. As a quick reminder, Fandral, Staghelm. This is all in the game, but it's spread out pretty far, so I'm going to give you a really quick refresher. Fandral Staghelm was like the functioning archdruid who wasn't in the dream back for the last 1,000 or so years. During the War of the Shifting Sands, he was on the front lines along with his son. His son died in that battle, and that completely broke him. Now, I don't mean to dismiss that, because again, obviously losing your son right in front of you is an extremely traumatic event. But part of the problem, too, is that was back when the Night Elves were fully immortal. In other words, the concept of dying was really, really taboo to the Night Elves. Kind of like it is for the Draenei, to use another example. So, that combined with watching his son die right in front of him, combined with just the general blood of that thing, he never recovered from that. Coincidentally, he also started listening to the whispers in his dreams, which were being sent to him by Xavius, who at this point in time was a branch. Long story. So he ended up grafting that branch into the world tree when they remade it, when they made Teldrassil. And that caused a bunch of issues. And there were some quests in Vanilla about this, and there's some quests in Cata about this. What it boils down to it is that at the end of the day, he was found trying to actually kill Malfurion, among other things. And they were like, okay, you're clearly cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. We're going to go ahead and put you in prison and not try and take care of you or help you anyway. We're just going to lock you away, like, because, you know, we're Night Elves. What else are we going to do? Anyways, good morning, Evo.
What is your report?
Yes, I do act. I think I've mentioned this, Evo. This is a headache morning, so I'm having issues. The dragons might be right. The Twilight Hammer has breached our security, and this is our most dangerous prisoner.
My vigil continues.
Elisra's plan might be necessary. I don't know how much longer we can hold off the cultists. Fandral Staghelm is bound by powerful spells. He won't be able to escape you even inside the Emerald Dream. Beware, though. Well, we all know the nightmare has spread in this part of the world in the dream.
Until next time.
Yeah, I'm totally hungover because I booze it up all the time. I drink so much alcohol. I bathe in it, really. I'll be right back. most adorable youngest niece just said. Uncle Lore, because she totally calls me Lore, is super evil. My middle niece, like, he's a little bit evil. And the youngest said, no, he's evil. You can tell because I go. Look, I don't want to conquer the world. It's not my fault the world's a trashy. I didn't start this fight. Last night, we were playing, and she was being the police. And you see, the cops, the cops are very simple. You have to be nice to cops, otherwise they'll arrest you. And so, she was insisting to me and to her younger that, you know, you have to be nice to me, otherwise I'll arrest you. And so the youngest gave her something. I don't remember. It was like a button or something. She's like, okay, you gave me something, so I was going to arrest you for doing a crime, but because you gave me this, I won't. And I just kind of offhandedly was like, that's what we call a bribe. And she's like, what's a bribe? And then I had to explain that. She was like, yeah, no, that's the thing. You did well. I will take Fandral to Moonglade myself. His prison will be far enough from the battlefront there. Oh, cool.
Tell me, what do you see?
Illustra's decision might not have been the wisest, but there's little time to worry about it now. I bring an important discovery from the Emerald Dream.
I fear for Illustra's fate. Vandral's corruption ran deeper than anything I encountered in the nightmare. Yet, we can't afford to dwell on this. During my stay in the dream, I made a vital discovery. The rift that weakens the boundaries of this world has hastened the return of powerful allies. The ancient guardians are coming back. Sinaris, Aviana, Goldrin. I can feel their presence. We must make sure we usher them into this world. Their timely aid will be indispensable.
Courage, young one. Hope is never lost.
I love it when you hear their old voice actor and then their new voice actor. So.
Every dream has its nightmare, and every nightmare has an end.
If you talk to her about this, which I am not going to because she's just going to repeat what I'm about to tell you, she tells you about the War of the Ancients, and about how each of the Ancients, the Loa, all fell over and died fighting the Burning Legion 10,000 years ago. Wait, why is that a bad news? Doctors usually are a good thing. Sometimes.
Hail.
Yeah. No. The War of the Ancients, not the defense of the Ancients. Ysera sent you. Good. We need all the help we can get. We'll never be able to recover the shrines to the Ancients so long as the Twilight's hammer controls the roads. Somehow we've got to stem the flood.
May the eternal sun shine.
Twilight's hammer has revealed itself as more than a mere cult. They're a war machine. A swarm of locusts moving up the mountain, devouring everything in their way. Parts of the forest are not sitting on blaze, they're being scorched of life in order to feed the mortal cultists. We've got to put a stop to the hunters canvassing the run.
Go in peace.
Elune Adore. Good luck, friend.
Cho'Gall's Twilight Providitors swear a blood oath that they will get their supplies through the front, pledging a pound of their own flesh for every pound of supplies they fail to deliver. They would rather die than fall. See to it that they do both.
May the stars guide you. Be careful.
Prisoners of the Twilight's Hammer are forced to lug around sundries for the war effort like common pack animals. I want those supplies. If it could free a few poor souls of the hammer's shadowy grip, all the better. Kill the slave drivers.
A Shah fell out.
Okay. By the way, the name of that quest is In the Rear with the Gear. Although, Savicom has probably left us now, and therefore cannot enjoy that quest now. Oh, no, there she is. I can't imagine why, Savicom. So yes, I did see the Yahtzee video while I was doing the boring audit this morning. What I found funniest is he gave absolutely no explanation for why he put Echoes of Wisdom that far down. Well, no, I mean, Fandral isn't the linchpin of the whole plan, but yeah, they probably could have helped themselves a lot if they did. It's almost like that's a major thematic point of the entire expansion of War Within. For the most part, I was with most of his other picks. Except for one. I don't even remember what it is. Yahtzee Croshaw. In response to you, statement. I mean, to be fair, I had issues with that game, too. Especially the music. And the blur. But the core game was awesome. He's on crack. Yeah, no, that game was pretty frickin' solid. Like, it wasn't the best Zelda game ever, but, I mean, and... That's a good point, Evo. Is it really a Zelda game if you don't play as Link, honestly? See, I'd make the joke that's like playing a Metroid game without playing as Samus. We actually had one of those, and it kind of sucked. I would argue strongly that it sucked because of the game, not because we were playing with Samus. Hell, honestly, it didn't suck that much except for one massively, majorly critical problem with it. Which, yeah, that's kind of a hard hurdle to overcome. Yeah, I saw he put Veilguard as one of the bland ones. He has an interesting system, which I actually like. He's got his top 5, his bottom 5, and then his bland 5. And yeah, if you're going to review games, especially AAA games, you're going to get some bland. Like Star Wars Outlaws was a bland.
Hello. Farewell.
In the rear with the gear.
Good luck, friend.
She kicks up the crate and picks up a curved dagger. She immediately winces in pain. Ah! Cursed metal is cursed! It bites. When it falls to the ground, it shatters as if made of glass. What demented workmanship is this? I've never fought any foe like this before.
May the stars guide you. Be careful.
Well, I'm hearing a second StarCraft 2 run. No, I'm kidding. Southwest of here lies the Shrine of Goldrum, a memorial erected in honor of the ancient wolf spirit for his contribution during the War of the Ancients. Our new Worgen allies have been drawn to the memory of the wolf Loa, go figure, and we're in the process of cleaning up the shrine. I haven't heard anything from my contact in days. Can you get down there, please?
A Shah fell out.
How may I aid you?
Yeah, the argument between boring and bad is always a fascinating one. Generally speaking, most people I know tend to agree that boring is worse than bad. But what I find most interesting is that in terms of review, boring usually tends to beat bad as well. Like, games that have just huge swaths of nothing tend to get really bad on terms of it, because either they get no positives whatsoever, or they get negatives, and it's stretched out across a huge period of time, which hurts density. So, bad ratios, bad density, bad score, bad golden number.
Hey there.
You here to rescue me? Thank you. No, don't worry about me. My life isn't important. We've got to save the shrine.
See you later.
The beasts you see here, they're no longer my brothers from Gilneas. They've been corrupted by some kind of madness, and they've taken over the shrine. They came when the Twilight's Hammer arrived, and they howl the name of some blasphemous mockery of our beloved Goldrun. Forget about me. Destroy these vandals before they defile the shrine. Okay.
See you around.
Boring is more subjective, though, that's true. Just to use a random example, I'm pretty sure that I know a lot of people who would find football, European football, very boring to watch. But I've found it to be quite engaging, especially if you get a really good match going. But I know a lot of people, including probably the entirety of my chat right now, who would look at that and be like, ugh. Doldrums. Reminds me of one of my favorite old Simpsons jokes. We're going to do a football match in Springfield. And the whole, like, city is like, yeah, we're super hyped for this football match. It's going to be so amazing. And it's like, kick. 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 Alright. Front passes to the left. Left passes to center. Center passes to left. Holds it. Holds it. Holds it. I'm probably the weirdo there. I actually like most sports. But I have to admit, part of that's because I like playing most sports. I've only really geeked out about a couple of sports in terms of watching. Racing in general, especially Formula One, and again, football would be the two big ones for me. So what do I find boring that other people don't? You know, actually, I have an immediate answer for you. It's such an obvious answer, too. I can't believe I didn't think about this originally. PvP. PvP has absolutely nothing for me. And so I find doing PvP matches really, really boring. Like, I can't wait to get it over with. When I'm doing PvP in FF14, I am just there for the experience. And all I want is for the match to be over with as quickly as possible.
Good day to you.
It is the most boring thing in the world. Morgan, like myself, were drawn to the story of Goldrun, his strength and wisdom, but these Vandals, they worship a different aspect entirely.
Have a good one.
As expected, these reagents bear the name of the Twilight's Hammer, and Lycanthoth? They're using this as a summoning ritual.
Safe travels.
I think I understand what's happening here. The Twilight's Hammer fears the Ancients may someday rise to oppose them, so they'll do anything to stop the return of Goldrun. This Lycanthoth is a twisted version of our beloved Wolfloa, summoned by the Twilight's Hammer to replace him. Ah! That's but a shadow of Goldrun's power. Gallo, to kill this beast, so the true Ancient can return.
See you later.
Sure, I like killing gods.
cloth of Shandai, mortal. Only death is eternal. Faith subjugates faith, mortal.
Yeah, sure. Your bravery just runs over him. Your bravery is inspiration to others. Tell me your name. You were brave to face down Lycanthoth. Like myself, he was a primal force of nature, but his origins were more a darker place. Those who birthed that beast reached deep into the blackness, channeled powers never intended for this world. Come, climb into my back. Let's show them the true face of ferocity. I get your point, Linnerith, but guy, like, that sentence itself says so much about the difference between FF14 and WoW. Yeah, it's okay. It'll only take me about a year to get all my classes leveled. Yes, I am Gailota. Or, yes, I am Goldrin Gailota. Your persistence in the face of fears has unbound me from Twilight Grasp. My shrine has been purified. My worshippers return to the rightful place in my right paw. Return to Ian. Continue to work here. I will have need of you again soon. You're just making my point for me, Linnerith.
Hello. See you around.
Oh, that was astounding. Goldrin himself appeared to free us, his white fur like the summer moon. Our cages collapsed and the vandals melted like wax under the kiss of his claws. He was beautiful.
Have a good one.
Thanks to your efforts, we may soon be able to return the shrine to its former glory, but first we've got to secure the valley. South of here, a group of ogres led by Gargle have set up a camp in a stinking hovel. I wouldn't characterize Gargle as a threat so much as an enormous fleshy obstacle thrown in our path to distract us from the real danger. Nonetheless, he and his goons will have to be dealt with.
Safe travels.
You need something?
I know of a drought that should jolt these gibbering former slaves back to reality. Gather some stone blossom from the rocks around Gargle's hovel, some bitter blossom from the shores, and a dark flame ember.
Safe travels.
That sounds awful.
Greetings.
The ogre clan across the lake is led by Gargle. I use the term loosely. Gargle has the intelligence of raw beef. Far as I can tell, Gargle is taking orders from a magical instrument, the Eye of the Twilight. He follows its commands unquestioningly. If we sabotage the Eye, we can cause unimaginable havoc. Go to the hovel, study it, find a way to observe it. Ah, marvelous chaos.
Goodbye.
Oh god, that would be a really boring review act. Alright, so now we're walking to the next boss. Walk, 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 walk. Hang on, we're almost a tenth of the way there. Walk, 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 walk. Dude, what? Gum Gum? How's my headache? I absorb your headache out of you. There we go. Headache be gone. What's the show about now, then, Gum Gum? So the show transitioned to absolutely nothing. Okay. Got it. Yeah, by the way, the eye is back. You remember the eye from the Twilight Highlands? As your fingertips grace the luminescent surface, you are aware of a malignant presence peering back at you. You instinctively draw back. During your brief communion with the eye, you felt its power source lay deep within the hovel. You felt the weight of a powerful tome binding together 4 elements. Okay. Only 4 elements in this economy? Oh god, is it that soon, Magister? Wow. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. Just give up all hope. For there is none. There is no hope. Oh gosh, maybe I am evil. Yeah, we got the column of darkness stretching beyond sight. The grasp, infinite grasp of night. My brain hurts. It's okay, I was told Arcane Season 2 was good, although I will probably never actually watch it. Oh, you made the voices go away. I'm out of here. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. You're asking what I think of the show? I have no idea. I haven't watched the Jimquisition in years at this point. Yeah, I don't really have a huge amount of time in my life to do things. But also multiverses. Like, the moment I heard about that, my interest level just went into the negatives. Instantly. No, nobody told me. But someone asked in my Discord, I don't remember how they phrased it, but they asked, what I think about multiverse stories. And someone asks, oh, well, no, Laura doesn't like multiverse stories. And they're like, oh, and it was in the middle of a conversation about Arcane Season 2. So...
You need something?
Hello, warrior. I imagine you have a lot of questions. Suffice it to say that Royce Duskwhisper sent me to the middle of an ogre cave for some Eye of Twilight jib job, and it hasn't gone well. I'm never getting my hands on that lanky, heartless, mealy-mouthed night elf. How's your research into the eye coming along? Galota. Can I call you Galota? I'm hanging from a meat hook in the back of an ogre cave. How do you think my research is progressing, you pompous, dirt-sucking ass warrior? Come here, you son of a swineherd. He flutters back and forth on his chain, desperately trying to kick you in the face.
See you around. What can I do for you? See you later.
He cranes his neck trying to look you in the eye. Listen, you gotta get me out of here. They're either gonna eat me or turn me over to the Twilight's hammer, or both. They've padlocked me in, and Gargle keeps the key in his personal treasure case. Kill him if you have to, but get the key, please.
For the Alliance.
I'll think about it. He's fine. He's fine. Oh, jeez. I don't know, Somicom. Gosh. Well, hang on. Let me pause the stream. Because the only way to answer is to pull up my spreadsheet. Let's see. So we did BC on both. That's 50%. So BC was 50%. Wrath was predominantly Horde. We did the overwhelming majority of that on the Horde. With our Druid. Cataclysm, we have jumped absolutely all over the place. So we've had Alliance, Horde, Alliance, Horde, and Alliance, respectively, for Cataclysm. When it comes to Pandaria, we're going to be doing the overwhelming majority of that on, looks like Alliance again. Then when it comes to Warlords, we're going to be doing a little bit of Alliance and then dominantly Horde, it looks like. Legion, we're going to be doing predominantly Alliance and then also everyone, literally every class. And BFA will be doing equally both, because BFA is weird in that it has about 50% each side. And then Shadowlands will be doing on Alliance. And then Dragonflight will be doing on Horde. And then War Within, I suppose we'll do Horde there as well. I think that's everything. The heavy tome, bound in flesh. Skin does not make good paper. Let's see. Fire, earth, wind, water. Fire, earth, wind, water. Okay. Flush with the energies of the captured elementals, you stand before the Apocrypha. The pages turn of their own accord. Suddenly you see what the eye sees. It is yours to command. You force your image into the eye, manipulating it to give the ogres different orders. As you do so, you feel another presence in the eye, probing you, seeking out weakness. A distant being fumes with rage. You made some enemies today. Cool. I like making enemies. So, of the Alliance and the Horde, who has the more chances of imploding? The Alliance. As of this point in time, the Horde is extremely allied, for lack of a better way to put that. After everything that happened with Sylvanas and Garrosh, no, they're good.
Can I help you? Have a good one.
Key now, please?
For the Alliance.
Ah, it's about time. Hey, can you help me out here?
Have a good one.
Are you gonna help me down? No. Would you mind hanging out for a little longer? I've got some other stuff I need to take care of first. You what? Come over here and say that. He kicks and flails his limb around in a frothing rage, his head twists around to glare at you. So help me, I will knock your brains out. I will fill the empty cavity left behind with my boot. Come back here. Come back here. He strains to grasp your neck, his fingers wriggling inches from your face.
Be careful.
Okay, bye. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Hey there. See you around.
Good. Let's make a break for the exit. I'll follow.
See you later.
Come on, dude. Okay, let's do this. You fight the ogres, and I will not fight them. So, yeah, no, the reality of it is the Alliance is exactly what it sounds like. It's an alliance. If they don't have something to ally against, they fall apart almost immediately. There's definitely some cultural ties in the Alliance, but not as many as you'd think. By contrast, the Horde is practically a monoculture at this point. I am the Eye of Twilight. Behold your new master. Your work in Hyjal is done. Return from whence you came. Kill anyone who says otherwise. So saith the Eye. Yeah, exactly, Kirwanas. Like it or not, we've kind of done quite a few purges of the Horde to get rid of some of its worst elements. We didn't do it deliberately. In fact, they did it to themselves. But it's happened.
How may I help?
The Alliance still has all kinds of people that, honestly, it probably shouldn't.
Asha Fela.
Oh, yes, what? Oh, you're one of the ones I sent off the Eye of the Twilight. Good work, I suppose. That's a valuable lesson. Never take orders from a big purple ball. Yeah.
del Nadres.
Christoph. Oh, I remember now. I recall sitting on what amounted to a suicide mission. He survived. I suppose that means he failed.
Farewell.
You dick.
Hey there.
How'd the draw work?
See you later.
Ah, excellent. Let's hope the damage wasn't permanent. Judging by the poor victims in the camp, the Twilight Temple really messed with their heads.
See you around.
Yeah. That's what they're good at.
You need something? See you around.
You really cleared the place out, didn't you? Well done. The Night Elves told me a story about how Goldred fought and killed a Dreadlord, even as 3 others clung to his flanks, burning his flesh. I wonder if you or I will ever have the strength to do the same. No, I'll never kill a Dreadlord. Don't be ridiculous.
Safe travels.
Wonderful work in the hovel. I prayed at the shrine while you were away, and in my visions Goldred was watching you closely, but we've been on the defensive for too long. It's time to foil the Twilight Hammer directly. Fly up to the Lightning Ledge, disrupt their operations, kill the Stormcallers and their monstrosities.
See you later. Safe travels.
When I prayed at the shrine, he granted me another vision. I saw you stranding astride the Lightning Ridge, with lightning in your hands. He feels this is important, but I don't understand what he has planned. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out then.
See you around.
Also true, Kira White Noise. If anything, ironically, Anduin will probably be a very good thing for the Alliance, considering how much doubt he has. Listen, all orcs are monsters, Gum Gum. We all know this. All of them, 100%. Honestly, the number of times I see players saying that all orcs are monsters with complete sincerity is just kind of eyebrow raising. I've actually heard some people say that orcs should be completely removed from the setting because that way the setting will finally be allowed to improve. Yeah, no, Arthas is the prototypical paladin who falls, but yeah, it counts, it counts. I am quite sure, Act. Now there's an interesting story idea. Alright, we've reclaimed Outland, and the Horde, the orcs, are going back to Outland. Lawful genocidal. You know, that's a good point. If Arthas was still was a sociopath, he would have stayed on the path of the light. Listen, humans are never biased against other humans. That's not how that works. Don't be silly. We meet again, warrior. You carve a path of fear and confusion in your wake. Ah, so it is true. You do indeed carry lightning in your hands. You are the chosen one. Uh-huh. You will be my champion and carry my vengeance to realms where I cannot tread. Atop the lightning ledge, the Twilight's Hammer has erected an enormous flame gate. I do not know where it leads. I know it is not of this realm, and I cannot enter. None of my other followers have returned. I need you to enter this realm and be my fangs within. Step through the flame gate. If he's still alive, meet with Jordan Olafsson. He'll give you a token that'll allow you to use my powers in that round. Be bold. Find out where the flame gate leads and destroy what lies within. Nice place.
What can I do for you?
Someone else from beyond the portal. I hope you're ready for a fight.
Have a good one.
Ah, you're the champion, Goldrin promised. Your eyes don't deceive you. You have entered the Firelands, the elemental plane of fire. We've got our work cut out for us here. Put aside your differences with the Horde. What? There's plenty of danger to go around. Yes, Mad Overlord. That is correct. That's why so many Worgen follow him. Here, take this. The Fang of Goldrin will allow you to channel the Ancient's power in here. Okay.
See you later. Safe travels.
The weapons the Twilight Hammer uses against us are crafted by Forge Master Pyrenduus in this very halls. The metal slices through armor like cheese in the hand of its wielder, yet when captured the steel turns brittle and shatters. So be it. I'd rather see those cursed arms smashed than deliver the enemy.
Have a good one. See you around.
The Searing Guardians are murderous. We destroy them and within minutes they reignite from their ashes. I think there's a way to destroy them permanently, but we need someone who can fight through the front ranks. Kill the Guardians and take their core to the nearby anvils. Smash them on the anvils to destroy them for good.
See you later.
Here we are, deeper than the realm of the Fire God. And what do we find? Little puppets of Ragnaros scurrying around to do his bidding. These Dark Iron laborers are finishing and packaging the weapons the Twilight's Hammer hope to use in their conquest of Hyjal. I don't care if they're here of their own free will or if they've been brainwashed or kidnapped. They're a foe of our beloved Wolf Ancient and should pay the ultimate price.
Go with honor.
Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Well, whatever. I'm not sure Goldrin's ever commented on the Worgen, really. Like, oh man, it sucks that they tried to, make a druid form out of me. And failed at it miserably. Something. I don't know.
Have a snack.
God, that startled me. What is... Oh, leftovers. Word.
I ran out of room.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's breakfast.
Well, yeah, fair. Or in your case, dinner, I'm sure.
No, breakfast. I just woke up.
Wow.
I'm somewhat on a normal schedule.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Where are we?
Well, we're in Hyjal. Can't you tell by the fact that it's this molten rock and hellscape?
No.
We're in Hyjal. This is, when...
Why do you look like you're wearing...
Vanilla plate?
Yeah.
Because I am.
Oh.
Although, as you can see, as I'm slowly replacing pieces of it with modern gear, the outfit's falling apart a little bit.
Just a smidge.
That's okay.
You know you can transmog it.
I could, but I can't.
Good morning, Evo. Good morning, Sean.
Because I can't actually use the mountain here.
There's a toy. Oh wait, you don't have the toy.
No, I don't.
I don't know why I have the toy and you don't.
I was actually wondering where you get it, because...
It just showed up in my mailbox.
Interesting. Does anyone know where you get the transmog toy? Because I don't off the top of my head.
Yeah, I have my own personal...
Trading post?
I bought it at the trading post.
Why didn't I get that?
I don't know.
I might not have had the coins whenever it showed up. Especially if it's a now thing, because I'm like very dry on coins this month.
It wasn't a this... See, it wasn't this one. Or, I mean, it might be and I just can't see it because I've already bought it.
Yeah.
But I've had it since before, or since War Within came out.
Weird.
Jump. That was the opposite of jump.
But it worked.
That was dash.
Well, these things are going to die, and that's the important part. Playing a warrior, as it should be. Actually, I really do like this.
named correctly.
What?
Because your warrior's name is supposed to be Zalash.
It's true.
I don't know why Zalash isn't a warrior anymore.
Look, it's not my fault that I can't make a night elf on the Horde.
It is your fault that Zalash isn't a warrior.
That's true. Yeah, we're playing warrior right now, you know. I need an anvil. Oh, there's one. I love that effect on the Elementium.
Hmm. Oh, yeah. It's pretty.
Mm-hmm. Although...
It's shiny shit.
Yeah. I'm just questioning myself if Elementium should even exist in the Elemental Planes. I guess it should, so never mind. Ignore me. Today's Thursday, right? Yes, today's Thursday. I am hopeful to beat Kata today. But that's the goal here.
Eat snack.
I can't. I'm busy. No, please. No, no, no. Ah! Yeah! But no, I really do want to finish Kata today.
Okay, but you should eat a snack while it's warm.
Okay.
Because it's warm.
Okay, as soon as I get a voice acting scene, which is actually going to happen soonish.
And I totally cooked it for you.
That's definitely a real thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, definitely not because I didn't want to throw it away and I thought you could enjoy some warm soup for your...
Her, I do have a headache right now. Her parents like to call me the garbage disposal. Because anytime you have extra food, you just give it to me. I'll eat it.
How are you?
I've been handing you shit forever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm out of room.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, okay.
See you later.
Okay.
Fight well.
Boss.
Hello.
Twilight Hammer's using these corridors, like others like them, to move supplies from the elemental planes up to Azeroth. In order to seal the passages off, we're going to need to know how they're constructed. Find for me the Tomb of Openings. Tome of Openings, used by the elementals to open gates between the planes. Sinjamal, the Portal Master, should have him. Be careful, he's probably got some tricks up his sleeve.
Safe travels.
Yeah, I can kill him. Oh my god, 5. Vomit. Vomit everywhere. The answer is nothing. Yum yum. If a colony of the Empire wants to break off and become its own polity, then it does. There's even a whole procedure and series of events that happen that are already built in place to allow that to happen smoothly. Could you not burn me, please? Just asking for a friend.
You need something? Have a good one.
I give him a stone slab, because of course that's what a fire elemental would use for a book. I guess it's good I can read some of the elemental script. I'll work on translating this. Meanwhile, there's one final problem to take care of.
Safe travels.
A terrible evil squats at the heart of the cavern. Forge Master Pyrendius has personally crafted many of the cursed weapons that the Twilight Hammer is using in their conquest of the realms above. Before we leave the lands of flame, Pyrendius must die. It will not go down easily, but if I'm reading the tome correctly, we can briefly open up small gateways to the Abyssal Maw, the realm of water, lure him into a portal route, and activate it to weaken him. Okay. No comment, Gum Gum. Well, I better weaken him before I kill him horribly. And he's dead. Yes, lots of it, Evo. So much thought. All of the thought. No, not at all. Not even a little bit. I have had no time to do so. I am sorry. I suppose we can think about it now.
How are you?
It is done. We'll seal this fiery hole up behind us, and let the minions of the Twilight Chamber discover the corpses we left behind. Could have done without you. Yeah.
See you around.
I'll usher the rest of Goldrin's followers behind this portal behind us. The rest of the forces at Hyjal want to hear about your victory.
See you later.
Ugh, psychic damage. No wonder I have a headache. You keep saying sorry.
Hey there. See you around.
You should have seen the battle from here. Bodies were falling off the cliff. It was spectacular.
Have a good one. Safe travels.
They're moving supplies to Hyjal straight through the elemental planes. That explains so much. You've made Goldrin proud by sealing the flame gate, Galota. But you should check out the other portals at the other shrines.
Have a good one.
Hello, Ysera.
How are you?
You defeated the wolf. You unleashed the wolf ancient and defeated his shadow. Your actions already reverberate across the dream. Thank you, but more remains to be done.
Have a good one.
Your expertise is needed elsewhere. Just southwest of the World Tree, you'll find the Shrine of Aviana, home to the Druid of the Talon. Aviana, matron of winged creatures, gave her life for this world 10,000 years ago. I sense your shrine is being weakened. Seek out Choluna, one of the wisest of the winged druids within the shrine.
Well met. We shall meet again.
Ysera herself sent you. Oh, it's an honor to speak with a representative of the Aspects. It's true our shrine is in jeopardy. The harpies we once sheltered in our bows have turned against us, but please, don't rejoin the fight until you're ready. Our shrine is no mere battleground. Use its peace and power to center yourself.
Farewell.
But I'm a warrior, I'm angry. Although the guardian of all winged creatures is no longer with us in body, I sometimes hear her voice in the whisper of the swaying leaves. We ask much of you before we set out to preserve this mountain. Take a moment to reflect.
Winds be at your back.
Okay. Okay. I don't actually know if I've... I suppose we could check when we get there. Hey, look! The silly crow.
You scratch my back, I'll claw yours.
Not into it, but thank you.
May the winds support you!
Skylarlord Omniron has been too gentle at the Wormwing Harpies. He allows them to share a perch in the mountain because they're creatures of the air. Well, not all creatures of the air are created equal. When the attacks on Hyjal began, the Wormwing went into a frenzy. They're up there right now assaulting the shrine they claim to revere. I'm not troubled. Now we have a reason to drive them from Hyjal, don't we?
See you later. Keep your eyes on the skies.
There's a pattern to these Wormwing attacks. While the groups make a showy assault of the shrine itself, others swoop into nearby nests and make off with eggs. These animals are under our protection. Before we find out why the Wormwing are doing this, it's up to us to rescue as many eggs as we can from their talons.
See you later.
I can do that. Let me commune with Aviana.
Closer. They are pulling me away.
To be born again, but in darkness. I have been stolen away. Spirit appears frantic, but falls silent as her image fades.
Hurry!
I mean, considering we've already seen that they're making dark versions of the Loa, then it would make perfect sense that that's what's happening with Aviana as well.
You wish to speak? Walk.
Slow down. You look like you've seen a ghost.
Very well.
A winged visage. Could it be? There's no time to waste. You've been speaking with Aviana herself, trying to return to us. I'll need something from her past to reach out to her. High atop the ridge, you'll find a series of huge nests belonging to Blade, an ancient bird of prey that was once her consort. For 10,000 years, he's been mad with grief. That's awful. Go to one of his roosts. Use this to call and summon him. Kill him!
We shall meet again.
Yeah, that'll be back. Bring her back. All right, listen. I killed your bow. He's dead. So you can come back now. So here's the question that Evo posited, and it's actually a really good one, despite what she'll think. She'll be like, "Oh, I suck and I'm terrible," and that's all nonsense, of course. Because the question is, how do we visually distinguish a race that in lore doesn't really have a lot of visually distinctive features? In short, both in lore and for the audience, how can you tell one Vorsat from another? You know, for a race that doesn't have a lot of distinguishing features like we do, you know? Yeah, the crazy cat lady, she just needed to die. Skin color. That's an interesting idea. I'm looking for specifics, Five. I mean, being a ghost will fix a lot of your grief. And if you're still grieved, we can kill you as a ghost, too. Yes, there's two genders of Vorsat, just like there is most things. So, I guess multiple genders, however you want to think of that. They're not monogendered, is what I'm trying to say. Well, you already mentioned eye color. So we've got eye color, we've got skin color. Now, I know what sexual dimorphism is, thanks. Evo is also exaggerating, as she so often does. What the hell, Linerith?
Is there danger? I can handle it.
Okay, fair. War is probably going to slow things down a little.
Keep your eyes on the skies.
Cicely nods contentedly, her eyes sparkling. Feels great to be off the leash, doesn't it?
May the winds support you.
She's cleaning her nails with a dagger. She looks at you expectantly.
See you later.
Good, that's a start. The birds who laid these eggs will never accept them again, so we'll have to raise these birds as orphans in the shrine here. Were Aviana here, she wouldn't have let this travesty happen, but on to business.
May the winds support you.
It's time to get to the bottom of this. We need to interrogate the matron of these beasts. We'll capture her alive. Here's the plan. The harpies communicate across the ridge using a series of signal fires. If we extinguish one, Marion is sure to come investigate. You fight her as a distraction. I'll sneak up and grab her. Then I'll leave the questioning to you.
Keep your eyes on the skies.
That sounds interesting. Jump. Gotcha, chicken lips. Best get talky, or I'll get stabby. Why are you stealing the eggs? She asked for eggs. Eggs for her fiery hatchery in another realm. And one egg, a special egg she sought more than any other. What? Who? Who are you giving the eggs to? She of the skies, but of the darkness, brood of the earth warder. You answer to a black dragon. Give me a name. Foolish Void Elf, there's a new order. Aviana is dead, and is never coming back. Tell that to the druids in the trees. Sethria will soon be master of the skies, and she has made sure that Aviana will never be reborn. The egg is hers. And then Thistly kills her. Like you do.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Don't trouble yourself over Blade's condition. Grief robbed that creature of his soul epochs ago. He's but a shell of his former self, a beast of pure rage. And you just let him suffer for 10 millennia. Okay, whatever. How's nasty work, but it had to be done. And if Aviana is truly to be resurrected, perhaps your actions will enable Blaze to come back as well. Let's see if we can contact our last guardian.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Mother of all creatures, hear my prayer and reveal yourself. The vision? What could it mean? This one is the one. The ancient will be ours. Mwahaha, evil. Evil, evil. Take the others to the Firelands hatchery. Soon we will possess the skies. Okay. Have I ever felt like I've had difficulty scoring a game for what it is rather than what I expected or wanted the game to be? No, not really.
How's it going?
Do you have an example or what prompted that, Bladeful? So the harpies are a tool of a dragon named Sethria. What are the dragons doing to the eggs, and what is a special egg? This is beyond me. I'll give a report. He'll know what to do next.
See you later.
Evo, I swear to God.
Even the smallest details matter.
The dragon Sethria must be stopped. We know her roost is south of here, along the southern cliffs of Hyjal, but beyond that we know little else. I have sent Thistly on a fact-finding mission to the roost. She specifically requested your help. Evidently you made quite an impression on the young druid. Meet her beyond the tunnel, and remember, this is a fact-finding mission.
If we fall together.
You heard him. Nope, nope, nope. That's definitely not who you're thinking it is. That's definitely not Gideon Emery. He doesn't do any voices in World of Warcraft. So as you can see, the forces of the flame have already come to this part of the forest. I will admit there are times when I want a game to score a particular way. But whether it does or doesn't, that's ironically not really my decision. There was actually an incident last year. I don't remember the game, but I remember looking at the game in question and thinking, well, I wish this scored better, but it doesn't. And someone actually, I was actually saying this to a friend of mine, and they actually complimented me on that attitude. Because, yeah, sometimes I remember a game quite fondly and it doesn't score as well as I'd like to. That's how it is.
You scratch my back, I'll claw yours.
Thessaly, we talked about this. Ah, Galota, I was hoping to see you out here. What, Omniron calls this a fact-finding mission? Facts are best found on corpses. Let's do some damage.
May the winds support you!
First order of business is to thin the herd. This place crawls.
Keep your eyes on the skies.
See what they're doing? They're affixing armored plates onto the Dragonkin. A page out of Deathwing's book, I suppose. Those Twilight Juggernauts look like they're invincible, but there's got to be around the armor plating. Man, run out there, fetch some of the armor. We'll figure out how to beat this.
May the winds support you!
Speaking as someone who really enjoyed Hollow Knight, I do think that the hype for it is definitely overblown. Look, you can be into being clawed, Lineruth. There's no judgment here. There's no judgment. Besides, Thessaly's awesome. I ever find my enjoyment of a game diminished by it not being what I expected or wanted it to be? So the answer to that is a default yes, but I'm failing at coming up with examples. If Sean was here, he would mention Mass Effect 2, for example. What, Star Wars Rebellion? It's actually a grand strategy game, but yes, that's probably the one you're thinking of. I mean, the problem is Rebellion is a pretty crap game. It's just the only game that does that. It is pretty much the only... I'd say there's only 2 Star Wars strategy games I have ever enjoyed, and both of them have massive asterisks because both of them kinda suck. That's Empire at War and Rebellion. That's about it. One human faction in WoW... Hang on, is there one human faction in WoW lore? Would rather not be if he was in the Warcraft setting. Yes, all of them. Being a human in Warcraft is not something I would particularly prefer to be. Draenei, preferably. Failing that, I'd accept being one of the elves. Which Draenei? I suppose female Draenei, because male Draenei are ugly. But I can live with that. So I went... Say I went into a Mario game, expecting and wanting a really good platformer, but I ended up inexplicably getting a good beat-em-up. How do I react to that? At this point in my life, that's awesome. Getting that kind of a, ooh, is something I'm down for. And you know me, I like genre hopping and I like stretching. And I happen to like variety, too. Now, I know that I'm in the minority in that, and that's fine. You know, no judgment. I understand the alternate mentality perfectly. You go into a burger joint, you get a good steak. That's great and all, but you didn't want a steak, you wanted a burger. I get that. Hang on.
How's it going? Keep your eyes on the sky.
You're good at this. I like you.
See you later. Keep your eyes on the sky.
Did you get hold of the plates? Do you have to kill anyone to get them? Oh, I hope so.
See you later.
Look at these things. Ah, the runes make my eyes hurt. This one here is meant to sear flesh? Seriously? Ow. Wait a minute. These plates are designed to be riveted directly onto flesh. The pain must be unbearable.
May the winds support you. Is there danger? I can handle it.
They're doing what? They're cloaking something. Oh, of course, our aerial scouts can't see anything with their eagle eyes.
Keep your eyes on the skies.
Skylord Omniron almost wants us to find Aviana's egg, and I can almost guarantee you it's cloaked by one of those shadow devices. Search around the camp for cloak generators. Shut those things down. Once you've unveiled it, I'll call it to the other druids. Come on. We have to stop these juggernauts before they're completely encased in armor. Right now they're vulnerable, but only if we pry apart the plates and hack at the marred flesh underneath. Here, take my shiv, jam it between the plates of armor, and pry them out. Really think about that sentence for a second. Anyways. So back in the day, Blade Taval, to kind of finish answering your question a little bit. Just pry some armor out this guy here. This has got to really hurt. There are actually several games I picked up that I was very disappointed in. Let me see if I can come up with a full list, because that was a normal thing when I was younger. Stupider. Let's see. I think of a really good example. You know, I'll use an example relative to what you mentioned. Final Fantasy VIII. I brought this one up recently, even. Oh, there it is. Because, I mean, I actually rather enjoy FF8 for what it is. I'm not sure how well it'll review because it has some pretty serious problems with it. Not the least of which being some pretty bad walkthroughitis and some very questionable gameplay decisions. And its localization is honestly pretty trash. But back in the day, the specific reason I was so blah about FF8 was because it wasn't an FF game. Seven didn't bother me, because 7 at its core is still a pretty fundamentally an FF game. Sure, it's got, you know, motorcycles and guns, But that's surface level, right? That's cosmetics. The core of FF7 was still very much a Final Fantasy game. 8 felt like the first one that was really trying to branch off and do its own thing. And at the time, I was just kind of like, ugh. Hello, Zara. Yeah, no, exactly, Blade Chaval. Barrett's gun doesn't... It is primarily a cosmetic change from just a bow, really.
You scratch my back, I'll claw yours.
Oh, we did it. Alviana's egg should soon be tucked away safely in the bows of her shrine. Think this means she'll return to us? Nah.
See you later.
Oh, good, you're still alive.
Support you.
Oh, some fancy blade work. That's one less threat to us to worry about.
See you later.
Barrett does make a better magical girl. I'll completely agree with that. If there's one thing I'm looking forward to in FF7R2, and this is not a joke, it is seeing Barrett and Red 13 in a sailor outfit. I mean, Red 13's actually in the Shinra uniform, but you get the point. While you've been raiding Cethria's nets, messages have been flying back and forth between here and the shrine. Omniron was at first reluctant, but I persuaded my fellow druids to risk a direct assault. Everyone agreed to the plan, provided you spearhead the attack. Can I just say how much I love that little tidbit there? It doesn't lick our boots too much, but I love the fact that it implies that all of the druids were all kind of, unless we get involved in the assault.
May the winds support you.
We're still kind of at the beginnings of us actually being the main character of this game. That won't really come into fruition until we get to Pandaria. But you can see the beginnings of it here. Yeah, people are starting to take notice of us and actually give a crap about us. This isn't the first time it's shown up, but this is one of the better examples. We see a bit of that in Hyjal. I guess I'll call in aid to fight her.
When I am done with you, I will burn your shrine to the ground.
Okay. Use a little bit of redecorating. Spin to win.
You buy time, but not your lives. My hatchery remains.
Uh-huh. That's a good way to put that, as Miristar. And yes, notice that's another Twilight Drake.
How's it going?
So, a minor dragon like Cethric can cause us so many problems. I hate to see what else the Twilight Hammer has in store.
Keep your eyes on the sky.
Ah, Cethria is slain. I knew it was worth the risk. I'll stay here and look for survivors, but I imagine they'll want you back at the shrine.
See you later.
See you around, Thistly. We actually have, yes, Blade. By the time we get to Hyjal, they probably should be taking notice of us, yes. The thing is, most people probably don't know we defeated the second Lich King. Remember, in lore, all of those events are shrouded in secrecy. And Garrosh and Varian, the leaders of the Horde and Alliance respectively, took credit for the battle against the Scourge. So only the people in the know what we did with the second Lich King. And that's an extremely small list. In fact, yeah, that's 4 people that do not include player characters.
Peace, friend. Walk with the...
Galota, is it true you led an assault against a Twilight Dragon? You really are the Herald of the Ancients.
May the eternal
I'm convinced that you are the Herald of Eviana. It was you who first saw and rescued her from the claws of a dragon. Yes, I believe Aviana is to be reborn into our world, and you will have the honor of ushering her over the threshold. Here, take this incense. Burn it before the egg. Our ancient awaits.
We shall meet again.
Don't worry, we'll see the other side of this later in Shadowlands. Yes, really. Good evening, Relictum.
Speak, mortal.
Those that tried to corrupt me and kidnap my children will soon feel the rake of my talons, believe it. Continue to push across Hyjal. I will collect myself and assemble the other ancients. Well, part of the problem there, Blade Taval, is we also tend to... we have that not a character problem I've complained about so many times. The Guardian of the Skies has taken flight again. This is encouraging news, but much remains undone, and we must turn our attention elsewhere.
What brings you here?
Kailota. Choluna spoke true. The goddess has returned. This is a miracle. While you were able to kill the Twilight Dragon, we have not yet located all her eggs that the Harpies delivered. Thistly and I have tracked him to a great hatchery constructed in the Firelands. It is none of this realm, so Aviana cannot accompany you. Fly south and enter the Flame Gate. Sure.
May the stars guide you.
Is there a faction in the extant who don't form a session? Because it's better to be the system they're currently in, since they're not doing so hot from an economy standpoint? Probably at some point in history, yes. But off the top of my head, I have no idea. Yeah, part of the problem is, with Kata being a reset, in lore, several of the player characters haven't actually done BC or Wrath. That's one of the reasons why we tend to be more of a main character after Pandaria. Because every character, every player character is a major character as of Pandaria and onwards, right? There's no debating at this point. And yes, this is the quest Yura referenced like 2 or 3 times on a couple of previous days.
Ishno del Diab.
Yeah, exactly, as Mirror Star. So it's true, Aviana has returned, and with you as her herald. There's much to be done here. We're deep in the heart of the Firelands. Sethria smuggled stolen eggs from Mount Hyjal here to hatch her own hideous creations. Birds of prey, trained for war. I hope you're ready to fight back.
Del Nadres.
Correct, Blade Taval. Again, that's why... Like, I feel like I explained that badly, because I got distracted. But that's why they feel a little bit more comfortable actually making the player character a little bit more center stage as of Pandaria. Because whether you did Wrath in BC or whether you did Kata, one way or another you've done something, right? One way or another you have earned the right to actually be more more central, more main, whatever you want to call that. Our enemies using this grotto in the Firelands to prepare for an invasion. We're going to hit them hard right where they live, but first we need to get your wings. Flight in the Firelands doesn't work as it does in the outside world. Something about the dense, superheated air. You're going to need some practice. So how many of you have ever played Flappy Birds? If you have, I am so sorry. So this is how you fly out here. Flap. 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 I did not know that for Lictum, man. That's awful. Yeah, it's actually a concept that predates Flappy Birds by quite a bit. So, the thing is, Blade Taval, the closest FF14 comparison I could think of is, you know how canonically we are the Warrior of Light from 1.0? but realistically, not every player actually did 1.0. Similar concept. Some of the players did 1.0, some of the players did ARR, some did both, but all did Heavensward, for example. So by the time we finish Heavensward, everyone acknowledges that we're awesome, because no matter what you did, you always did Heavensward. Does that make more sense? Well, it's funny you say that, Lord Harriman, because the answer to that question is new. But hang on, I'll get right back to that.
Hello.
Well done. How does it feel? It's challenging to master flight into the burning wasteland, but it's the only way. Hope you're ready for battle.
Goodbye.
Here they come. Wave 1. Yeah, at one point or another, you're all on the same page. Wait, hang on, Ect. No, why, Ect? Why do you hate me so much? So this is jousting. Now this is jousting. There's a daily for this too. I actually got pretty good at this at one point. I'm probably going to suck now that I said that, because that's how that works, right? Fine, just for you. Oh god, I can't see anything. Yeah, I think I got that guy. Oh, totally is Mirror Star. Like running into the bugs, for example, which is a world quest out in Honoran. And I know that because I cross the Honoran Plains all the time, and I constantly run into that world quest. Hey, could you clear out the bugs? No, I'm busy. Okay, now to get the camera at someplace more reasonable. Whew. Up. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Ect. As always. Much appreciated. And if you give me a moment, I'll write that down. Let's see here. PMD block. 9 souls and entropy 02.
I am listening.
Spectacular. There's screeches of anguish echoed through this light-forsaken cavern, but our work isn't done yet.
Goodbye.
You've stirred up the hornet's nest. The ceiling's coming down on us, and the strongest fighters are taking wing on creatures warped by the world of flame. So now, wave 2. So now we have to deal with meteors on top of everything else. So to answer Lord Harrimont. So the thing I just mentioned with Wrath, BC, and Kata is actually repeated several times in WoW history. What the? I'm right here. Okay. I'm gonna give up on that one. So the best way to think of it is there's several possible paths for new players to take canonically, like lore-wise. One is obvious. You started in vanilla. You've been here from the beginning. Even if that boils down to BC, it's kind of the same thing. You've been doing this from word go. The second is Kata. We just mentioned that. Kata was certainly a fairly large reset, and a whole lot of players and characters, again, lore-wise, got their start in Kata. Immediately after Kata, the next major one, like it or not, is actually Shadowlands. Shadowlands and BFA, to be slightly more accurate. You're probably thinking, what? Why? Well, the answer is simple. Allied races. A whole lot of the Allied races didn't even join the narrative until, you know, post-Legion. So BFA and Shadowlands, that era. So a whole lot of characters that are those of the Allied races didn't get their career started until quite recently. Those, of course, lead into the final, as of this moment, starting point, which is, of course, Dragonflight. Pretty much any new character who's made nowadays, it canonically starts their career in Dragonflight with the soft reset.
Can I assist you?
By the wings of Aviana, you were born to fly. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Del Natris.
Alright, now...
Fella.
The Egg Wave. The hardest wave of all. I'm kidding. This is just smushy. If you fall, there's a new guardian down there to help you get back on your wings. Earthen are a bit different. I will agree with that. Earthen are kind of an allied race. I mean, they are an allied race. I don't know why I say kind of. But my point is, they operate a little bit differently than you'd think. And I don't want to spoil too much about that. So we're just going to say the Earthen are different. Leave it at that. Blade Taval's over there. Eyes crossed. No, it's that meme where the woman's got all the formulas going across the screen as she's, like, trying to process. Carry the 5. Yeah, Drakthir have an interesting starting point too, but again, that mostly lines up with the Dragonflight starting point.
Ishnu, Deldiab.
I already have both these, of course.
Farewell.
Galota, you've done all you can here. This whole cave's about to collapse. I'll gather the last of our steeds and ensure the flame gate is sealed behind me. Ignore the daily quest I am now offering to do this again. Of course I do, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Let me just throw this pen on the ground. There we go. I don't know, Mr. Floyd. Oh, I'm sorry, Blitchable. I will stop poking fun. Besides, we all know Luigi is secretly just Bashir.
The skies are my domain, mortal.
Her face is immobile when you tell her what happened within the hatchery. They stole my eggs, warrior. They took them to that foul place and corrupted them. My children stolen, tormented, killed in a vat of flame. Yes, we'll make the Twilight Hammer play, but I confess, part of me wants to fly up and simply watch the whole world burn. Can we not let the whole world burn? Is that an option? Is that an option? Like, I'm just wondering here. But yes, I do agree. Plus to gameplay. That's a solid quest. You see it. From the ridge southwest of here come plumes of black smoke curling into the sky. My Hyjal is burning. And the fires raced up the mountain. Surely they threaten the grove of Esina and all our forces there. Can you investigate? Yeah, sure. Hi, my Lune. She's adorable. And amazing. Listen, we all know Peach was just gaslighting Tech to thinking he loved her.
Ishnu Dal Diel.
Our prayers to Esina go unanswered. The burning minions of Ragnaros have driven us to the brink. If they're not stopped here, the world tree will be little more than a stump amongst a conflagration. She's in a bunch of things, but yes. I think... Actually, hang on, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. Let me lug it up. Hit the stream brakes. Let's see. Kata, Warlords, Legion, BFA, Dragonflight, but most importantly of all, is she in... Oh. Maybe she's not in Here's the Storm. Oh, hang on, hang on. Here we go. Okay. God, I have to browse manually, but whatever. Also, Heroes of the Storm is better than League of Legends in every way. Don't at me. Let's see. No, it's actually Lunara, apparently, is the Dryad from Heroes of the Storm. Huh. Wonder why they didn't just have it be Malune, the recurring Dryad character. Maybe they couldn't get the actress? Whatever. Sorry, I'm dealing with a thing really quick. Okay.
Farewell.
Can't this wait? The battle's not going well. Oh, you're here to help. Well, I hope you don't mind a little heat.
May the stars guide you.
The inferno raging up marks the front line between us and the forces of the Fire Lord. The Fire Elementals unleashed here unlike any I've ever encountered. Can you help stem the tide of destruction?
Farewell. A Shafela.
The firestorms up here are unbound elementals in the purest form, something I don't even think could exist outside of their plane. Only very skilled summoners could unleash something like this. Head into the Inferno, seek out the Twilight Inferno Lords. They've got to be summoning in reinforcements as we speak. Silence them for good.
Good luck, friend.
Help us, warrior. The forest is aflame, and the wee animals can't find their way out. They can't fight for themselves with their teeny tiny little teeth and their soft furry paws. They're fluffy and they're sweet. They have wet little noses. If you don't save them, I don't even want to think about it. She slaps her palms over her eyes. I'm not thinking. I'm not thinking.
Greetings, traveler. Be careful.
South of here you'll find a solitary tower known as Blackthorn's Penance. Upon it is bound a demon, Tyrus Blackthorn. You may think me mad for turning to an old foe for help, but Blackthorn was once immortal. I can't imagine he wants to watch the Twilight Hammer triumph. Speak with Blackthorn, see if you can convince him to help us in our fight. He may yet redeem himself. Just don't set him free. Got it. Set the demon free. No, don't set the demon free. Set demon free. That's what I just said. You assume I'm not listening to you. God. There we go. No, not at all, Gum Gum. That's ridiculous.
Goodbye.
Hem. Yes, I've been sent to request your aid if you're willing. My help? Have things really grown so dire? The distant flames flicker in his cruel dark eyes. Tell me why I shouldn't let your world burn. You'll be destroyed if the Twilights bring the mountain down. Destroyed? Yes, that's possible. At night I am haunted with visions of the world being torn asunder from within. I feel neither sorrow nor rage, merely curiosity. I served my master in exchange for power. But those you fight, they strive for oblivion. A strange motivation. Madness, chaos. Much as I thrill to see the Titan's work undone, I do wish to remain alive when the Master returns. I will help you. Very well. I will help you from my bonds, but don't sicken me by claiming it's for my redemption. I do this for my own ends. We will decimate the Twilight's Hammer by corrupting and subverting them. Seeing as you have no intention of releasing me from my bonds, I require you to collect some reagents for me. My own demonic essence has corrupted the plant life around the shrine here. I need you to harvest some bile berries. My little pets will attempt to harvest you in return. Try not to let them agitate one another. Okay. Welcome back, Evo. I know the feeling. I took a full dose earlier before I started stream. It's just now starting to kick in. Has the local flora been giving you a hard time? He grins disturbingly. A disgusting fruit with pus-like ichor bursting from leathery skin. Very good. Crush the berries into a pulpy liquid. That's quite an aroma, isn't it? Now, don't gag. It's beneath you. The potion you created is vile enough to wake the dead, which is its intended purpose. Slay a Twilight Infernal Lord and force the brew down his throat. He will revive, if only briefly, and be completely under your dominance. Speak with him and learn the true name of the fire elemental he's channeling into the world to burn your precious forest. Let's see. What medication do I take to sleep? I don't. I used to take ZQL every single night. I've been able to wean myself off of that. A lot of that's due to the new environs. Hello, Elizar. I spoke of. You haven't missed much, although hopefully we're going to finish Gatter today. Now what I do nowadays, I do more exercise, for lack of a better way to put it. Even just basic stretches helps, in my experience. Possibly monobrow. I don't know for certain. I can only speculate. I do also get more sunlight here, ironically. So, that probably helps, too. Is a gym membership worth it? Only you can answer that. A gym membership is only worth whatever you are willing to put into it. Tolkien. Yum, yum. The wretched creature before you speaks in a wavering voice, its body broken but briefly animated. Yes, master? We called upon the fury and flame of the One, my former master. His inferno by his design. His true name is never uttered. It holds his power. Each of us holds but a piece, each piece on a firestone. Okay, I can do that. What part of a PC should put extra thought into buying that isn't the PSU? Motherboard. Your CPU is going to be expensive as hell, and your GPU is going to charge you more than it probably should. But at the end of the day, the thing that's actually going to be the glue that gets your computer functioning is your MOBO. Do not skimp on the MOBO and do your research on it. No, really, do your research on it. So the orcs in Black Rock and Roll, you missed it. We were actually fighting them earlier in this very game, back in the Burning Steppes, and in Lobras. Those are what is referred to as the Dark Horde. They are leftovers of the Blackrock clan, primarily, as well as several trolls and ogres left over from the demonic horde. They were the ones who decided not to go along with Thrall's plan for peace and cooperation, and instead decided to be like Mwahaha, we're evil. They have no real connection to the Burning Legion to speak of. In fact, they ended up switching paymasters to working for the Black Dragon Flight because they were frankly so pathetic and insignificant that they were the only paymasters they could get. So by all intents and purposes, the Dark Horde actually works for the old gods. See you around deck. Get some good sleep. Yeah, the MOBO compatibility is another big thing. But that's part of the research I mentioned. And yeah, in a film, book, all about over-industrialization, of course the good guys are one with nature. Why didn't the Legion try to control the Scourge? They did. Oh, you mean like again? Like another time? You tell me. Actually, there is a specific reason. It's kind of a funny one, though. The thing is, there was sort of a lot of debate as to the status of the Legion post-BC. We took down Kill Jaden, and a lot of people weren't sure if we killed him or defeated him. Furthermore, there was a lot of debate onto what exactly the Legion was doing post-BC, since, you know, they were supposed to be the big bad guys, and there was a lot of screw-ups about that, which I've referenced several times. So the Legion were just kind of pushed into the back room for quite a while. It's actually very similar to something else I can mention. The Borg. Not a lot of people remember this, but back in the day, it was considered that the Borg were actually permanently defeated after the Best of Both Worlds Part 2. It wasn't until later they decided to bring them back and turn them into a whole species, rather than, you know, the one ship, which was an idea that was being floated for a while. Similarly, when we start to see the Legion active again, which will be in Warlords, by the way, that's all like, okay, we've codified, we've decided, we know what we're doing now with the story, and now we're moving forward with it. Although that's a bit of a disingenuous statement, because during Pandaria is when they sat down and codified the lore, and actually decided where the story was going. So Pandaria actually has several bits of honest-to-goodness foreshadowing for stuff that happens in Warlords and Legion. I don't fully understand the question, Elizar. Like, I mean, I guess, but when would the Legion have ever interacted with them? Like, why would they ever care about just some random, small, disparate group? Like, what is effectively one small army of leftovers? Yes, show me the runes you discovered. Voltalo Tholembar, that's the name of your real enemy. Presumably you're dealing with one of Ragnaros' generals, sent here to scorch the mountainside and pave the way for his conquest. I'll show you how to crush him. Now you'll use your newfound knowledge to pull him from the mortal plane like a babe screaming from the womb. Then you'll crush him. Ritual's simple. Take this charred branch, tap it on the ground 3 times under his name aloud. You must call him from the heart of the Inferno. Destroy him and bring his heart back to me. Sure. I can do that. Yeah, no, that's probably deliberate, Ismiristar.
Be careful.
Thank you, Galota. You've given us the opportunity to try and reclaim the upper hand.
Farewell.
Dead? Good. Seems there's much to be done. Fire's quenched, soul to heal. I'm going to stay and help us reclaim the area.
Good luck, friend.
I can, yes. I don't know, I was going to go grab a bite, you know. Maybe watch the next season of Arcane. Did you save the wee animals and their wee friends? The animals are expressing gratitude by trying to claw and bite you. Oh, did the nice Mrs. Warrior pull you from the flames, little friend? You're safe now. Did you speak, dear? It's all in the nose, she points to her nose. The does have fled the fires, but their little fawns, some of them are still trapped in the burning and hurt. Go back into the Inferno and escort 3 injured fawns back to their mothers beside me. Please save the little fawns, or I'll give you the big eyes. Her eyes grow big and doughy. Dewy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a lore point that the Dark Horde was never a significant power, Elizar. They're the dregs of the dregs. I mean, they're pieces of the demonic horde without the backing of the demonic part. They have no demons, they have no access to the Legion, they have no Fel infusion. Don't mistake me, the demonic Legion, the demonic horde, certainly had plenty going for it other than the demonic part, but it was the demonic part that made them a force to be reckoned with. Oh, happy little dear. Now they can grow up and have adventures. You're swell. Thanks, my Lune. Blizzard actually pulls the remnants of a destroyed army shtick a couple of times in its stories. Who are these? These are leftovers. Oh, okay. Hi. Pool of immortal. Flesh burns! Yeah, but you know how to knock out a fire, right? Make another fire right next to it. Snuff it out. I wouldn't worry about a Rector's Beard. Good morning, Rector's Beard. Tell me, have you fought Tholimbar yet? I'm living vicariously through you. Do not disappoint. There it is, such a trophy. Born in the fires of another plane. Go ahead, crush it. Crush his coal heart in your hands. Let the wind scatter the ashes. Yes, yes. The dark ashes swirl around him.
From the plain below, scattered by the hand of foe. Gods of terror, quake and thunder. Tear these mortal bonds asunder! Thank you, mortal. Your heroism in the Inferno has made my escape possible. As a reward, I will allow you to live. But your time will come soon enough. Yes, mortal. Soon enough.
Uh-huh. Well, that sucks. It's okay, we didn't summon a demon. We just freed one.
Well met. May the eternal sun
What?
shine upon
Blackthorn helped you combat the Inferno but escaped the process? Ah, weasel! It's not your fault, Kalota. He'd probably been plotting this moment that he saw the flames creeping up the mountain. We'll deal with him later.
Be careful. Goodbye.
I might have a chance to beat these flames back thanks to your work in the Inferno. Still more wildlife is being threatened. Keeper Teledros ran north through the flames. See if you can help him.
Go in peace.
Yeah, Tyrus has not come back. I even just double-checked. And that's really weird. Especially considering Legion is the thing that just, like, follows through on everything. But no, we haven't followed through on that.
I am listening.
The forest is being devoured.
Del Nadres.
Do not fear the bears in the grove. I have pacified them for the moment. My concern at present is for the welfare of the cubs. The fires drove the little ones up the trees where they've gotten stuck. Alright. We have to climb the trees, grab the bear cubs, and toss them gently onto the target.
Goodbye.
Let's do this. Okay, let's go up. Alright. I can throw the bear anywhere I want to. I can throw it and watch its tiny neck snap on the ground. But it's okay. I'm actually going to put it here. Fling. Boink. I remember this one too because this is also a daily. What happens if you miss? They die. And you don't get credit for the quest, obviously. That's the real tragedy. Yes, really. No, I'm not doing it for you. I can actually picture that. Oops. The goblin's like, I got these. I'll save them. Cha-chunk. Apparently you, Evo, since you wanted me to do it. That would be funny. Tyrus comes back. At last, I'm ready to have my revenge on... What the hell has happened here? What did I miss in the last 10 years?
Greetings.
Thank you. These little bears are shaken up, but they'll survive. At least the ones that hit the mat. Oh my god, all of mine hit the mat.
Farewell.
These fiends from the Twilight Time are attempting to scour the whole mountain clean of life. Even now they trail behind this inferno, leaving death and ash in their wake. Archdruid Hamul Rune Totem is behind the fires, trying to salvage the wilderness before it's blotted from the map.
Asha Fela.
Okay. I mean, Satyr are fell elves, of course. But that doesn't, for lack of a better way to put that, that doesn't mean they're automatically following the Legion, you know. Xavius himself is the best example of that. He just followed whoever. I mean, canonically, the reason he went along with N'Zoth's plot was so he could get revenge on Malfurion. That's it. No other motive there. No, I'm sorry. Let's see. Question. Never played the Warcraft point-and-click adventure game. Did that game ever come out? I mean, obviously my answer is no. Because I just asked a question of, does that game even exist? Yeah, I didn't think it came out. Exactly, Kira White Noise. Either way, I am aware of the screenshots and the terrible, terrible graphics. Oh my god. Look, no offense, but like, I've seen some of the characters in that game. They're weird looking. No, Kata's problematic, and it is too long. But there's a lot of good stuff in this game. In this expansion. As I was doing the boring audit this morning, I found myself double-checking myself on several things. And while I gave like another 10 negatives to story, I do overall stand by the score that's on the screen.
Always temper your strength.
Very good. The Twilight's Hammer must be sent the message that we will never give up.
Nature is...
This land may be scoured, scourged by fire, but it may yet renew itself. Some seeds deep in the soil may have withstood the scorching heat and the flame wake. These durable plants are the key to the forest regrowth. Please collect the seedlings for me.
Farewell.
Well, yeah, the problem with Kata, Hax and I were talking about this recently, is that Kata is an expansion best experienced curated. Like, I know most of you haven't really been paying attention to the spreadsheet, but if you pull up the WoW spreadsheet, look at the zones for Kata. Look at any zone that scores above a 10 net. Do that. And skip the rest, you know? So that's Gilneas, Kazan, and the Lost Isles. South Barrens. You can just skip straight to the South Barrens. Tirisfal, Silverpine, Westfall, the Badlands, and then Vashir, Deepholm, Twilight Highlands, and probably Hyjal. And there you go. There's Kata. There's Kata. Nobody likes point-and-click adventure games, Evo. That's ridiculous.
Earth Mother watch over you.
I was stunned to discover the Twilight's Hammer had located and imprisoned the great ancient turtle Tortola. As we speak, he is chained above the murky waters of the Ashen Lake. Freeing Tortola from his bonds will not be easy, but we will take it one step at a time. Head into the Flameway, collect for me heaps of Core Hound entrails. I'll explain why later.
A single thought.
That's really gross, Hamul, but okay.
Ishnu Allah.
In their efforts to decimate Hyjal, Twilight's Hammer has elementals scouring the earth in the wake of the fire. They're pulverizing the soil, rooting around to the ash, digging up any scrap of plant life that survived and destroying it. It's like they're paving the way for... I can't even want to imagine. Stop them before Hyjal is devoid of life.
Be careful.
Actually, yes, Spogov. Holy crap. So to answer you more thoroughly, Evo. So the first and most obvious answer is the generic one. Why is insert genre here not popular right now? The answer is and always will be lack of backing from the actual publishers. The people who make the decisions on greenlighting games decide what is popular. I know that sounds strange, but it is true. Yeah, when LucasArts was shut down, nobody ever really tried to step into that vacuum because everyone said, nope, there's no reason to do that. They're trash. I mean, LucasArts was crazy inventive with what they did with point and clicks for a long time. It used to be a popular genre because the people who make those things decided to make it a popular genre. I'm really not joking about this. It's the same thing with any genre. The people who make the decisions are the ones who decide which games they support, which games get green lights, and which games get backing and marketing, and so forth and so on. They want really, really safe, really, really boring games which have a way to constantly keep the players playing them and keep the players paying them. It's the reason why live services have jumped so much in popularity over the last 10 years. Now I know what you're thinking. Yeah, no, people have finally woken up to just how scummy live service games are, mostly because of envelope pushing. That's a separate concept, but it's related. Envelope pushing is exactly what it sounds like. Companies constantly push the envelope to see what we'll put up with, until finally we stop putting up with it. Then there's kind of there's like a rubber band back there for a bit. Anyways, so you're probably wondering, how can what they make decide what's popular? It's actually really simple. Let me put it to you this way. Let's say there's a cafeteria, and the cafeteria serves, I'm not going to come up with specifics, like 10 different types of food. So, if they were to track who eats how much of which of the food types that are present there, you could track what's popular. Now imagine a few years pass and the cafeteria serves chicken nuggets. And that is it. So if you were to look at that, look at the data, you could say, fairly, chicken nuggets is popular. Because it's the only option. Now, obviously that's not a perfect analogy. What's more accurate to say is like the cafeteria has like giant obvious trays of chicken nuggets and tons of things pushing the chicken nuggets. And over to the side there's the other stuff. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. And so most of the big publishers, especially in the AAA space, are pushing chicken nuggets. Sorry, I know it's a roundabout answer, Eva, but that is my legitimate answer. I legitimately feel that a lot of genres, point-and-click adventures included, would be more popular and would reach a greater audience if more of that audience was aware that they existed. I will admit I have no real evidence for that. It's just a presumption on my part.
Ishnu Dal Dieb.
Good work, Galota. There's a chance the forest will recover from this yet. Now let's take care of something else I need you to take care of for me.
May the stars guide you.
I need to set up a series of flame wards around the perimeter of the area. Once these are active, we can prevent further attacks from elementals that are left in the ruins. We'll also protect and nourish the soil from whatever Hamul has planned. Okay.
Asha Fela.
Nature seeks balance in all things.
These seedlings have survived an apocalypse. Even a handful hold great power. Life always replenishes itself, often stronger than before. Once the way is clear, we will use these to perform a miracle on this mountain. You will see.
Earth Mother, watch over you.
Have you collected the innards? Corehounds are not native to this part of the world. They are accompanying the Twilight's hammer from the nether regions of the earth. Do not trouble yourself over their elimination.
Nature is resilient.
Fresh and stinking, these innards will prove to be irresistible for Nemesis, the befouled turtle god created by the Twilight's hammer. Nemesis must eventually be destroyed, but first we need a piece of his fiery armored shell. With it, we'll be able to work some magic to free the true ancient. Go to the Flame Wake and drop this bait. It'll distract him. Profit a piece of his shell and then run, if you hope to survive the encounter.
Farewell.
You know, I don't actually know, Lord Haremont. I know there's some artifact reason for that. You know, a reason that existed back in 2004. I don't know why it's still a thing. Okay, that was not close enough. Oh, maybe it was. No, but you can get that turtle right there as a pet for a hunter. You can't get it from him. There's a rare who only spawns very infrequently that you have to get. I've seen a few players with it. It's pretty cool. Actually, to continue my analogy, you know that cafeteria? That's just the AAA space. Sorry, I was just thinking about this in the back of my head. The indie scene, that's the mom and pop shops across the road. Which, as you might imagine, have much better food. Well, in the interest of fairness, to really make that analogy work, we're really working on this analogy, Evo. Like, 99% of those mom and pop shops would have to suck. I guess that's unfair. It's probably closer to like 60%.
May the winds guide you.
Nemesis is a molten ball of fury protected by a stony shell of pure hatred. His time will come.
A single thought.
Nemesis is an instrument of evil, but he was forged from a shell fragment of the true ancient. We will exploit this connection.
Farewell.
The Archdruid fills the shell fragment with water, which boils instantly. He adds a bundle of herbs and closes his eyes. The Tortola, the ancient turtle, is ageless, a part of the world since the time of the Titans. He speaks a language older than our understanding. Drink this and find a place of calm within yourself. I am a Fury Warrior. You'll be able to understand the language of Tortola.
A single thought is worth many actions.
Oh, that's good. Between your work and the work of others, the valley is secure from counterattack. I'll grab that.
Farewell.
This tongue
You may speak.
is not yours. What do you want, Tormentor? From the deep, a realm of darkness and fire grasping in my slumber. I am ensnared, Void Elf. Shadows lurk in the rods of fire beside me. Slay them that I might be free again. My children, they lie below in silt and sand. The others corrupt them, darken them within their shells. Slay the others, destroy the corruptors, and save them. Okay. It's easy to tell what the trends are in the indie scene. All you have to do is figure out what was trendy a few years ago, and that's what's coming out right now. Hey guys, a turtle made it to the water. this bastard. Yeah, I would say that indie stuff has variant qualities like everything does. But it has a higher chance of being good, in my experience. Literally, it's got less going against it, you know? Less crap to overcome. I mean, that's honestly part of it, Evo. An indie game is allowed to be whatever the hell it wants to be. AAA games are actually much more limited. And always have been. Hell, I remember when the AAA scene, which they weren't calling it that yet, was nothing but platformers. You remember that? Yeah, something like that, Lord Aramon.
Vengeance will come with time.
You are not like the others. I am free once again. The others will pay.
I am listening.
I am slumbered in the healing silt of Hyjal. I slept until the world broke open. When the others came, I was not ready. I am ready now. All children and I are slow to anger, but our wrath is final. Tell those who sent you we are prepared for war. The others will be cast from the mountain. You know, honestly, Evo, I don't know. I mean, again, there's that cafeteria analogy, right? I know, you hate analogies, but just bear with me for a second, because I really feel like some people aren't even aware that options exist that are not the cafeteria. You know? Where do you go? Some random burger joint over there you've never heard of before, or McDonald's. How do you even find indie games? You know, honestly, that's a good question. I will freely admit I tend to rely pretty heavily on word of mouth, but I'm lucky. I'm a streamer, which means I have viewers, which also means I have people. So I have people, friends, viewers, and family members who just reach out to me, say, hey, have you ever heard of such and such? And it's the first thing I do is I immediately jot that down to look into it later. It's like, all right. Is this worth a damn? But that's information coming to me. Good morning, Ross. Hopefully gonna finish it today, Ross.
We serve the land.
Were we able to earn the ancients' trust? Wonderful. We're one step closer to taking back the mountain.
Nature is resilient.
We've awakened the ancients, but the wilderness spirit remains silent. With your help, we could turn the tide. There may be one who could help us. The oldest of the trees, Nordu, stood in the center of what is now the Flame Wake for thousands of years. His wisdom is as old as the mountain. If that tree still lives, maybe he can awake Asina. Doubt it. Steam is so terrible that I have a story to tell you. Warning, it involves porn. I have not yet perished. It is too late for me, burned to all but my core. I have lived for eons, yet still my end seems sudden. New life can spring from the old. I still have wisdom to pass on. Please do not let them take me before my work is done. Keep the tormentors at bay just a little while longer. Give me minutes, and I will give you 1,000 lifetimes. So, what was the name of it? Entropius, I want to say? There's some mech turn-based tactical grid game that hit my radar just a few days ago. And I was like, sweet, that sounds up my alley, you know, like a spiritual successor to Front Mission. So I go looking into it, trying to find whatever details about it I can. And spoilers, it looks like a terrible game, don't buy it. But here's the critical part. It's apparently a gacha game, right? So you buy packs, and they might contain new troops and new equipment that you want. You get it. So screw all that nonsense. I don't remember trying to. But in the like this thing, there was another game listed. Now, I don't remember the name. It was something like Dynastic Eon or something like that. It was a fairly generic sci-fi-y kind of a name. And it didn't have anything what I would call particularly noteworthy on the thing. And so I was like, okay, and I'd actually clicked 3 or 4 of these, the likes. This is like this game, because I was looking for, oh god, maybe we could actually find another, you know, grid-based, turn-based tactical game with mechs. So anyways, it was porn. I kind of started that. Very, very explicit porn, to be very clear. Like, no nothing. Like, just straight up nudity and sex happening on the front page kind of porn. And I remember being like, what? And then I had to know why. Why exactly it had decided to indicate that this was the game in question. It turns out the reason's actually really boring. It's because it's a gacha game. And so in the like this category, the thing that made it like the other game was that they were both gacha games. Thank you, Void Elf. I am ready now. All that I am and all that this forest once was is now yours. The finger-like branches of one of Nordu's burning limbs rips apart, revealing an untouched, glimmering seed. This is the heart of the forest, the seed of life. Take it to your archdruid. Hamul will know how to invoke its power. I promise you the wilderness spirit will be silent no longer. Thank you, Void Elf. My time is done. Well, see, there's actually a double funny thing about the era. I wasn't doing this on my Steam account. This was just in a browser. So, no filters, obviously. But what's doubly weird about that is because I was on a browser, it probably should have asked, hey, are you old enough to look at this? Which it didn't. Oh, God. No, a gacha game refers to, hey, if you spend $3, you'll get a booster pack, which contains 5 separate hero cards. And if you get 5 hero cards of the same type and star thing, you can combine them to make a higher level rank of the same hero pack. That's gacha. That whole thing is gacha. It's actually named for a thing that they do over in Japan, a physical device where you put in some money and a little capsule comes out, and thus you get a random doll or toy or whatever that happens to be in that device. Gacha games are cancer.
Nature seeks balance in all things.
I am at my wit's end. Asina is silent. Have you found something? What is this?
Earth Mother watch over you.
This is the key. With the seedling you collected from me earlier, the animals you've saved from Mount Hyjal and the heart of the forest, we can rejuvenate the land right under the feet of the Twilight's hammer. I will begin the ceremony at once.
A single thought is worth many actions.
Who are you, mortal, to bear such a bird, protector of the animals, slayer of dragons, champion of the ancients? My dearest old friend, Nordu, has bestowed to you a great gift, the gift of life. Now I entrust you with an even greater responsibility. By your hand, this mountain will bloom again. It is yours to protect and defend. See that it thrives. Drive out those who would do it harm. Do this in my name. There will be no second chances.
So, I really love that cutscene. Aecina herself, like, okay, I know I talk a lot about how much I dislike it when games lick my butt, and I put it so crudely because the point is I'm trying to be insulting. You know, we talked about that with the Alliance starter quest, you know, very first quest, you're a hero of the Alliance and you're so brave and awesome and amazing. I hate that crap. But here, now, at the end of the Cataclysm, the Loa of the wilds of all forests, taking the form of a wisp, reaching out to us personally and individually, that lands a lot better for me. Aecina, if you're paying attention, and I don't blame if you don't because we were talking about gacha and other things, but if you're paying attention, several people here at the shrine and then in the later quest are like, she's not doing anything. She's not saying anything. Why isn't she doing anything? Why is she just staying silent? And I've talked about this. It's because Aecina is so powerful that she just tends to take a step back. She doesn't get involved in most of what's going on. It takes us doing 3 entire quest chains and then us ourselves to finally get her freaking interaction, to finally get her attention and get her to do something. I also love her final words there. There will be no second chances. Yeah, exactly. This is us being recognized as opposed to them just licking our boots. I love that moment. It's also a great moment because it serves as the turning point in the story for Hyjal. Notice nobody else heard or saw her. That was just for us.
Always temper your strength.
The mountains bloom. If we can act quickly, we can press our advantage. Our old friend Tortola is already on the move, at his own pace, of course.
Nature is resilient.
No, that's right. Okay, sorry.
Farewell.
And so, you're probably wondering, what did Aecina actually do? This. This was such a cool moment. And one of the better usages of layering in Kata, in my honest opinion. Check this out. It's raining. This is static. It's always raining here. It's raining, and this area, if you, again, I don't blame you if you haven't been paying attention. This area was completely covered in burning fires and molten trees, and just, the whole thing was scorched. And now there's grass growing everywhere, the trees are being rejuvenated, and the water is pouring down everywhere, dousing the flames. This is awesome. Now, it doesn't go all the way down. Bingo, Dakota. That is correct. It doesn't go all the way down. But she personally rejuvenated a huge swath of the forest. That right there, that's Aecina. And if you're paying attention, there's only one major ancient we have not brought back yet. Actually, there's 2, but we'll get to the other one later.
Greetings. Goodbye. Be careful.
You're a bit late. Hamul, Malfurion, and our steam Gets have already traveled to the invasion point. Oh. That's not the quest I thought it was. We're gonna skip that for now. Let's just... There we go. Yeah, that's later. That's the Molten Front. I think so, Lunaruth. I'm not actually sure about that. Again, beings at the level of power that Acina is at, it's entirely possible she didn't even notice what was going on until, you know, we were loud enough to get her attention. I remember you, savior of my children. The time has come for vengeance. So now, if you've been paying attention, all of these quests have been us on the defensive and on the back foot, constantly trying to push back against forces that were winning at every turn. Once this switches, now we're going on the offensive, and we're going to push down into the actual Twilight territories.
How may I help, Del Nadris? Goodbye.
We held out for as long as we could, but the flames and the heat, we lost the whole town. Captain Irontree refused to pull back when the flames engulfed us. Our forces are scattered. Maybe some of the others survived? We can mount a counterattack. Go into the Scorched Plain, rescue any lost wardens that got separated from the group, and then find the cap.
Del Nadris.
The fiery army that caused so much devastation up the hill has retreated east of here. Only the Scorched Lords remain in action. We can punch a hole through their lines, we can regroup with Captain Irontree's force, and the whole Iron offensive may collapse.
Farewell.
Oh wow, really? To go to... That makes sense, though. I haven't counted calories in a long time, but I used to, Euro. And you're welcome, Evo. I like your questions, though. So it's not really a big ask. Oh, absolutely, Spoko.
Assist you.
Aw. Get some sleep, Evo. And I know words don't help, but feel better. You're always welcome here. In the burning flames of Hyjal. By the way, yes, I'm going to keep pointing it out. The leaders who have the glyphs are two-headed ogres. Yeah, D&D experimented briefly with that kind of a mechanic. It's actually an optional mechanic in 5th edition. It's called downtime. It's a really cool concept that I honestly think needs some polish, and I hope in 6th edition they're going to polish that up some more. It's more or less exactly what it sounds like. All right, you're in between missions, you're in between whatever. You've got X time. Time suddenly becomes a resource that you can then spend on doing things. Based on your level, based on your connections, and based on your backstory. The most common kind of things is, you know, finding or crafting a specific type of item. Or gaining a henchman, for example. Or just generally making money. You can just straight up, like, generate cash during the period of time. Oh, absolutely, Wrecker's Beard. I did mention it. And yeah, I like Hyjal quite a bit. It's probably my favorite overall zone. Vashir should be my favorite zone, but it isn't because Vashir is a buggy mess. You'll notice we haven't had a single bug yet in Hyjal. Knock on wood. Warrior's in a pretty good place. I would agree with that. Of all the classes we've covered so far, I'd say Warrior and Druid are currently battling it out for my personal favorites. Keeping in mind we haven't covered Demon Hunter yet. Or Evoker, obviously. I haven't played Evoker at all. I mean, there's a reason Warrior was my main for an extraordinarily long time.
How may I help?
I think my third pick would be Warlock, if I had to pick a third. Warlock's in a really good place right now. Yeah, you'll notice I am well, it's probably not obvious. I am currently Fury. The way it chains into itself is lovely.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of Paladin yet because my Paladin is going to be my BFA and Shadowlands character. So that's kind of reserved for that.
Can I assist you?
Yeah, Arms with a Polishing Pass would be legit. I mean, it's already good, but it's not at Fury's level, right?
Peace be with you. Good luck.
You've assembled the survivors? Good, good. And the rest of the mountain is healed? Ha! Strike me down. We're on the front lines again. Lol.
Farewell.
Looks like most of the Twilight Timers fallen back to regroup for another assault. They're most dedicated to staying behind to hold the line. Is there a chance to whittle away at their leadership? Range out there. Kill the field captains.
Del Nadris. Go in peace.
You killed how many? Oh, wow. Quite a show. I guess my men don't have any more excuses.
Del Nadris.
That would be cool, I agree, Ira.
Well met.
Reinforcements. I thought we were going to fight this out to the bitter end. Very few of the Guardians of Hyjal remain, and our supplies are running out. The battlefield around our holdout must be littered with serviceable arrows. I know it's beneath you, but can you gather our spent ammunition, please?
Be careful.
It's not surprising, Dakota. See, I think, this is just my opinion, I think Arms should lead into the really slow, but really big, heavy-hitting vibe, right? I mean, just make it a frickin' burst class, like Shaman is, right? Line everything up, and then... Gong! You know, such and such does more damage with this debuff up. Such and such does more damage while this is on cooldown. Such and such does more damage while you have this buff. 3 separate abilities provide that debuff, put it on cooldown, and give you the buff. And then you do the big hit. And the big hit, wonk! You know? Now, Monk manages that pretty well right now with the spiral kick into the air I can't think of the name of. She can only use when other abilities are on cooldown. Yeah, they've really been leaning into bleeds lately. I don't mind bleed spec, but like I'd rather not, you know. I want to be womp spec. You know, Fury kind of has more of a build-up Womp built mechanic. Because, like, you Onslaught, right? And that gives you several stacks of whatchafig. You Raging Blow until you have the rage necessary to Rampage, which absolutely destroys whatever you're looking at. If it doesn't, they're probably an Execute range, which absolutely destroys whatever you're looking at. Did I kill too many of these guys on my way down? There's one. I don't mind bleeds either. I just also want the Womp build, that's all. Yeah, Elden Ring, yeah. There's a reason I was very, very heavy on the bleed build. Or more accurately, bleed, poison, frost build in Elden Ring. Sure, my weapon does no damage at all, but it does all 3 procs. Yeah, there we go.
Hail.
Warden's arrows are crafted of living oak, blessed in moonwells and tipped with obsidian arrowhides. They're not cheap.
Ancestors watch.
Wonderful, still sharp. Little blood on the fletching, but they'll fly true. Thank you.
Go in.
You're welcome.
Ishnuala.
Terrific. Twilight's Hammer will know to try to retake the mountain, but they'll have to do so without the leadership of those fat-for-brain thugs.
Farewell.
Jesus. I think Star Citizen Run will come out. There's two possibilities there. First is the obvious answer. No. The second is actually a worse answer. And that answer is eventually they will be legally forced to release the game. And if that sounds familiar, then that happened this year. Not with Star Citizen, but with Skull and Bones. Here's your glyph.
Vengeance will come with time.
Memorize the glyph. Take it with yourself. Draw it on the ground before the flame gate, east of here. Enter the Firelands. I cannot come with you, but my children await. Inside. Find Garunda Mountain's peak within the realm of flame. Valid, Riker Spirit. And while Ross is like, I refuse to ask my question. I'd rather die. Third time we're in the Firelands here. Skull and Bones was... Calling Skull and Bones bad is doing a disservice for how bad it actually was. Like, you know how there's bad, and then there's awful, and then there's surprisingly funny and good for how bad it is. But then it loops around a second time through awful and just becomes terrible. That's Skull and Bones.
What brings you here?
We were sent by the Turtle God. Bless his almighty shell. I thought it was trapped down here forever.
Goodbye.
Cavern is an abomination, and it's filled with horrors from the depths. I don't want any of these things getting through the portal to the outside world. Slay everything!
Farewell.
That's my quest, slay everything.
Friend, be careful.
The Dark Usurper Nemesis fled here when the flames of Hyjal receded. We were not yet strong enough to defeat Nemesis, but we will be able to turn his own strength against him. I will send a child of Tortola with you. Search the depths for a Nemesis crystal and allow the young turtle to examine it.
Goodbye.
Come on, little guy. I'm hungry for some turtle soup. I mean, Skull and Bones... God, there's no music down here. Skull and Bones was always a scam. We've known that for years and years and years. It's unfortunate because when they announced it originally, I was extremely on board. Pirate-focused game based off Assassin's Creed 4? Done. Let's go with Mario Galaxy. Oh man, Elder Scrolls 6, a game so terrible I might veto it before it even comes out. No, in fact, I'd prefer that. The only reason Elder Scrolls isn't vetoed now is because it's Elder Scrolls. There's a non-zero chance I'm going to have a lot of viewers who want me to review that game when it comes out. However, I can state with extremely high certainty that I could give it a relative review right now. It's gonna suck. There you go. Boom. In like 8-10 years when it comes out and it sucks, you can quote me. you doing? See, here's the deal. They're either going to try something really wild with Elder Scrolls 6, or, and this is what I personally think will happen, they'll do nothing different whatsoever, and it'll be a bog standard Bethesda game. Which one do you think is more likely? Keep in mind, at least externally, every single person involved in the development of Starfield has non-stop talked about how they don't think anything's wrong with it at all, and it's the best game they've ever made.
Greetings. Go in peace.
Ah, yes, yes. The secret strengths of the Nemesis unearthed in these caverns. We know all we need to know. It's time to finish this.
Ancestors watch over you.
Your eternal companion can use this newfound power to render the two of you invulnerable for a short period of time. You can turtle up to avoid the worst of the Nemesis and his fury. This is all I can do for you. Together, you and a child must defeat Nemesis. Kill the usurper.
Farewell.
I don't think many people actually want Elder Scrolls 6 to be bad. Except for me, of course. No, hear me out. Hear me out. Statistically speaking, Elder Scrolls 6 will not be good, right? Like, realistically speaking, it's not going to be good. I would love it if it's a great game. You know me. I always prefer good games over bad. But in reality land, it's probably not. So, my hope is that it's absolutely terrible. Like, not just boring. Not just dull. Or disinterested. No. I want it to be awful. I want Wolfenstein Youngblood. I want Devil May Cry 2. This is a boss fight. I just realized. Oh, crap. Oh, that actually hurt. Holy crap. This really is a boss fight. Here we go. Oh, crap. Okay. I almost died, but we're good. That would be really funny played full. And has happened. Rarely, but it has happened. I always think of executive meddling as a bad thing, and for good reason. But once in a blue moon, executive meddling actually makes a thing better. God, I'm suddenly remembering that frickin' second fight, I think it was? In the arena? The one on the platforms. Yeah, exactly, Windwall. I can just picture Microsoft being, what are you doing? What do you mean? What are you doing? Don't screw this up. Huh? Don't screw this up. They also lost their lead designer during the development of Starfield. Did you notice that? I don't remember the guy's name, but he bailed. And, he specifically mentioned he bailed because he thought the workload had gotten too bloated and that the development cycle had gotten too stress-filled. I wonder why.
How may I aid you? Be careful.
Yeah, and he's doing his own indie thing now. So it is done. Knowing the Twilight's Hammer is in league with such creatures of malice really curdles the blood.
Go in peace. Goodbye.
The usurper has perished. Twilight's Hammer dreamed of creating their own pantheon of twisted agents to rule over the land, sea, and air. With your help, they've all been executed. We should tell Tortola.
Farewell. Well met.
I cannot fathom the origin or purpose of this place. The corridors are too used for troop movement, yes, but they're also littered with charred and tortured corpses. Some partially devoured, most simply crushed and beaten. We're in the Firelands, but I feel as if we've crossed the threshold into hell.
Ancestors watch over you.
No, we'll go to hell later. Nemesis is dead, so it is finished. Thank you.
I am listening.
Nemesis destroyed. I feel rejuvenated, powerful, awakened. Tell Ysera my strength is hers. The Twilight's hammer will fall. I mean, I guess Avowed is as close to that as we're getting, Yura. And yeah, I know that doesn't count. You know, Tortola is great. The writing is so good in the quest dialogues in this game.
I dream, and the world trembles.
By relieving Tortola of his final burdens, you've acquired for us a formidable ally and the final piece of the puzzle. Steel yourself, the most difficult part of your journey is about to begin. We are bringing the fight to their stronghold.
Together, we shall prevail.
Only once has there been a leader capable of commanding demigods and mortals alike. His name was Jared Shadowsong. His ability to lead in battle was such that Cenarius and the other ancients placed themselves under his command. He disappeared for years, and his whereabouts were unknown until now. He's being held captive inside a Twilight camp in the Dark Whisper Gorge. Your job is to infiltrate their ranks and free Jared.
Courage, young one. Hope is
You got
never
it.
lost.
I wish we'd seen more of Jared, because, yeah, he's legit. Jared is the brother of Maiev. Those of you know what that means.
Do not underestimate our enemy.
Hey there. Glad they sent someone of your caliber for this operation. This here's going to be call for some subtlety. We can't risk Commander Shadowsong getting killed. Notice they're just calling him Commander, by the way. He's not actually in charge of anything. He has no formal rank. They just call him Commander Shadowsong.
Beware the Twilight's hammer.
We're here at last, just in time as well. News of Ragnaros' emergence has spurred a large wave of recruits to seek membership. If you're to infiltrate the cult, the time is now. We're going to need recruitment papers. They need to be signed in blood by a referring Twilight member. Lure one of the new recruits away from the group and hit him with a blackjack. If you're lucky, you can steal his papers. You like stealing people's papers. I don't remember if Gerard was in Vanilla or not. Let's see. Any elves here? Nope. We'll go with an orc then. Yeah, come here real quick, please. Alright, this better be important. I'll take those.
They're watching us.
Are you sure?
Do not underestimate our enemy.
Okay.
They're watching us.
Are you sure? There. Not my best work, but certainly not the worst. You will be known as Gailota Damas. Gailota Damas amongst the cultists. These papers will bump you ahead of the other recruits and allow you to speak directly to the Twilight instructors. Go to the proving grounds. Show these to Condena the Pitiless. She's separating the wheat from the chaff. Yes, this is not the first time we've joined the enemy faction, but it's probably one of the better one of these. No, not even the tiniest, slightest bit. Gonna go. You will address me with the respect I am due, recruit. Gailota Damas. Let's hope your parents brought you into this world with more than just a ridiculous name. The Twilight's power is a major power to be reckoned with. Thanks to us, Deathwing is free. Thanks to us, old gods have risen from the bowels of the earth. Thanks to us, Hyjal has burned. What do you think you have to offer us? I'd love to say that with the tides turning against us, every recruit helps our cause and so on, but to be perfectly blunt, most of you are nothing but a burden. If I had a copper for every peasant who got too scared when the cataclysm hit and wishes to join our side, well, I'd be a rich woman. Fortunately, we have checks in place to separate the wheat from the chaff. Go prove yourself to the instructors below. Hopefully you'll do better than the others. It is customary for new recruits to be sent on a difficult or sometimes impossible task. I was sent to obtain a black dragon scale. Last year's instructors demanded a feather from a phoenix. Your lot has it relatively easy. Find me a handful of flame blossoms. They grow around here in relative abundance. Oh, and there'll be a gigantic corehound roaming the fields to keep things interesting. Do your best to avoid him. Oh. Look at these fools. Half of them won't even make it past this trial. They're not worthy of ascending toward inner circles, but perhaps they're worthy of menial service. Take this gem. Utilize its power to save some of the less competent supplicants. Those who have no chance of succeeding. Those who are already on fire, preferably. Yeah, for some reason I just keep talking about the year 2000. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've had hummus a few times. I'd go with hot for me, personally. Not a fan of cold. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm nostalgic for the MMOs of the 2000s. Ugh. See, what was the worst MMO I played back in the day? I know my knee-jerk answer to that. But I'm not sure if that's actually the correct answer to that. Like, technically it's probably Ultima Online, but Ultima Online just is the worst by virtue of having no content. Like, even EverQuest had stuff to do. Life. I actually played Flife, too. That's the worst part. I wasn't thinking of FF14 1.0 because that's later. I mean, like, the old stuff. Like, the stuff around the year 2000. You know, I think I have my answer. RuneScape! No, I'm just trying to get as many of my viewers to leave me as possible here. Come on. No, the actual answer there... I'm gonna get some flack for this. Star Wars Galaxies. I was not a fan of Star Wars Galaxies at all. And God, I kept with it for quite a while, longer than I do most of the old MMOs that I tried. And so, I sort of earned my opinion of thinking that it was an absolutely garbage game, which is a colossal waste of time in every way, shape, and form. I hated that game. I hated it. I have some funny stories from it. I'll never forget. There was this point in time. Yeah, no, it was a chat room. It was a chat room. It was EverQuest in Star Wars. Because there was this point in time where me and Pax were trying to figure out what to do. Like, what content there was. And I'm just going to skip ahead because after several days, the answer we came up with was there was no content. So, all of the quests you could do would be to raise your rep with one faction or another. There were several factions in the game. Raising rep gave you access to certain useful items or pets or whatever, like being able to summon an ATST, for example, something you got for raising your Galactic Empire rep, just to use one example of that. So, cool, right? But that's it. Everything is just about raising your rep. When I say quests, I mean, like, I don't think they were literally procedural, but they were effectively procedural. Go over here, fight these enemies that are at this spot, and then come back. Go over here, fight these enemies, and then come back. And that's it. But hang on, there was one last bit of hope I had. See, they had these things. They called them theme parks. They actually called them in the game theme parks. You could go to like the Imperial base, or the Rebel base, or the Hutt base, and they were like Thrawn was there, and Vader was there, and Palpatine was there, and they would give you quests, but those quests were the same quests everyone else was giving you. All they would do is specifically give you rep for that particular faction. That's it. So you'd go out and kill a couple of Minox and come back. You'd go out and kill a couple of Minox, then you come back. And that was it. That was 100% of the game loop. It was really, really boring. All of my positive stories about Star Wars Galaxies happened back in town, you know, where the players were hanging out doing nothing because there was nothing to do. So, for example, I mentioned this guy before. There was a dude, the character creator in Star Wars Galaxies was actually really, really good. And there was this dude who made like this weird, misshapen, horrifically ugly appearance. And he would wander around in a bikini. And he had maxed out his... Okay, levels didn't work the same way in Star Wars Galaxy, but basically he was a really good dancer. And dancing would raise your mind stat. You had 3 health bars. You had like health, stamina, and mind. So dancers would raise your mind. It would heal your mind. Better way to put that. So he would just stand in town and dance, and he had maxed it out. So everyone would be standing watching this horrifically ugly guy to heal their mind. And of course, because so many people are standing there doing it, we'd all be chatting with each other, right? That was ridiculous. And of course, as you're standing there inside this base, periodically you'd see the legs of a Rancor walk in. Because they're taller than the room, and they could get inside, obviously, so... And then... Or an yeah, you'd see the feet of an ATST walk into the room. Stuff like that. Excellent work. I'm having the servants you chose for me briefed on their new duties. So I suppose your abilities are suitable. Color me impressed. So you managed to pass this test without... Where's my thing? There it is. Without getting yourself eaten by Smolderos or being incinerated by the fire elementals. I suppose I should congratulate you on ascending to the lowest rung of the ladder. Congratulations, recruit. You've proven you're worthy of at least participating in our most basic training. You'll find one of our settlements east of here. Speak to the instructor. I mean, if all you're interested in is a chat room with Star Wars skin on it, then Star Wars Galaxies was a great chat room. Not sure I could call it a good game, though. I never really played City Heroes. No real reason. It's just something we never got into. And as I think I've mentioned, we never... I never played any game alone, any MMO alone. So if the group wasn't interested in it, I didn't play it. Now I think you're ready for the next step. Let's see what you're capable of. Oh, wow. Training to join our ranks is not pleasant. Why should it be? The path to serve the old gods is long, painful, and soul-harrowing. Consider this your first step. Take this pick and break the lodestone deposits. No, we don't need the ore. This is just for your benefit. Okay. I have heard nothing but good things about City of Heroes. But again, all of that's third person. So I have no idea. It's me, Galota. Ortel. Don't look directly at the outhost. You'll give away my position. Everything going according to plan? Excellent. I'm going to need you to obtain some intelligence while you're here. It might not seem much to get our hands on a map or better, but it means saving 100 lives on our side if we can anticipate our enemy's next move. It's not surprising. Archer's weird. I didn't like any of the sandbox MMOs. Like Ultima Online, the first one. Seems like they're letting anyone in these days. Very well. You doubtless became acquainted with Smolderos in the Proving Grounds. Well, I've been entrusted with the care of his pups. Quite the terror. If he grows up to think like his father, he shall serve our cause well. Collect meat from the basilisks and feed them to him. No, you will forgive me, Wrecker's Beard, but I am not going to stop calling it that, because that's exactly what it was. It was a thing you'd run around and do while you're chatting with each other, right? The whole idea was that you'd be, you know, fighting something, or running from point A to point B, or just standing in town, or waiting on a respawn, and you'd talk. Like, that was the majority of the time, percentage-wise, you'd spend would be chatting with friends, or strangers. Or, you know, whoever. You know, you go into the bottom of a dungeon. Whoa, God! You go into the bottom of a dungeon, and there's a boss that respawns there every hour, and you and like 3 other people are both, you know, standing there waiting for that boss. What do you do while you're waiting? You chat with each other. I don't actually mean it as an insult, as weird as that probably sounds. But again, I know you and I are in completely opposite ends of this, so I'm going to just go ahead and let this go, because we're just circling the drain again. Point being, in my personal opinion, of all of the old MMOs I played, the one that emotionally struck me as the worst was Star Wars Galaxies. In Reality Land, objectively speaking, it's probably one of the more unfinished and buggier ones. Star Wars Galaxies was at least, you know, an actual experience. A finished and... well, I don't want to say polished. A finished product that actually worked. Not every one of those MMOs could claim that. Like, oh, what was the name of that one? It was one where the big draw was that you could play as a dragon. Like, that was its big back-of-the-box thing. It was, hey, dragon, woo! Horizon something, I want to say? And then there's also the MMOs I don't even remember the names of, which I know I'm referencing one of those, but, like, there's lots of other MMOs that are just way worse than any of the professional ones. Now, you'll still see MMOs to this day that are made by, you know, 5 people that are probably worse than Star Wars Galaxies. Excuse me. What group of people in WoW could be considered Satanists? Well, there's no Satan in this setting, so I'm going to go with none. Where is... oh, I have to pop him out. No, I don't think I've heard of Yoda's Challenge. Have some food. Oh, whoops. Where is that? There it is. Just gonna grab this. Thank you. Admittedly, I do have a headache right now, so that's probably part of the problem. I apologize, Wrecker's Beard. Let's see. Excellent job, Galota. Or should I say Galota Damas. According to the intel you acquired, there's a major friction between the ogres and the non-ogres in the cult. High cultist Azenios and the ogre mage are meeting at the seat of the Chosen to ease the conflict. Time to sabotage. Very well. You're at least competent enough to figure out which way the pointy end of the pick goes. Before we go any further, you're going to have to get you into shape. Devotion to the old gods is not going to save you from some emerald dragon comes chasing after you. You need to be fleet of foot. Summon your trainer. Your job is to run away without leaving the camp. Go. Wait, okay. You really? This is something they actually do. This is something they actually do in lore, is they summon a fire elemental to chase recruits down. I don't even see the question, Ross. Like, I remember you saying, hey, I've got an unrelated question. You never asked it. Oh, there it is. Nope, that's not it. And I'm at the top of the chat log, so I don't see it. You lied to me, Ross. Oh, I have no idea, Lizer. You tell me. That's true, these are the dregs. And again, that is true in lore. It makes more sense if this is after Twilight Highlands, I'm just saying. Excellent. The little pup will grow to be strong and merciless, just like his father. He's a little menace, isn't he? We're going to have to give him a nice spiked collar if he's going to be fighting pup. The Bacillus matriarch has made her lair off to the road. Bring me her spiked hide. We'll fashion a collar for our killer here. A collar for the killer? Yeah, exactly. Nobody really worships demons in this setting. A lot of people join them because the alternative is being killed. But... oh, you're still alive. Not bad. You might think you're ready to receive the knowledge we're to impart upon you, but you're not. Think of your mind as a box inside a series of other boxes. Each diploma training will open one of those boxes until you're ready to achieve direct communion with the elements. Take the core of Ascension. Answer all the question it asks of you truthfully. Failing to do so could be fatal. Sure, that sounds like fun. Do maggots feed on corpses? Yes. Do giants tread lightly? Do dogs bark? What? Oh, excuse me. Are oceans filled with water? Yes? What's with these questions? What is this, Babylon 5? Do rocks float on water? Aw. Is blood red? It can be. Not always. Do I count the cult of the damned, who have nothing to do with demons whatsoever? And... oh. Ugh. Don't worship anybody as demon worshippers. No. You've succeeded. You're ready for the next step. You've made it this far. Others haven't. Go to Doom's Vigil. We've rounded up the failures. I want you to help take care of them. It'll be good for your spiritual growth. If this cold-blooded act gives you trouble, think of it as there's a second chance. Should any of them manage to kill you, they'll take your spot. Okay. So, what do I want next from the next mainline Zelda game? Okay, so to be clear, the answer is a good game. I'm just going to be really honest about that. But that is a cheating answer. So, if we could presume the next Zelda game is going to be a good game, what do I want next after that? There it is. See, I'm kind of torn. We talked about this during Tears, if you remember. Even speaking as someone who kind of likes Breath and Tears, I do think that, you know, we should probably walk away from an open world game for a bit. Boss, one of the boys outside is causing some trouble. I'll show that pipsqueak. I got a bad feeling about this. Now die! Die, monster! You don't belong amongst the ogres. The ogres are the bestest of all! And you was the fool. Stardew Valley. I mean... Alright, supplicants. Good news! You're all extremely dead. It's a little more nuanced than that, but yes, Riker's Beard. We'll see. Echoes of Wisdom, after all, did not do that, so who knows. Excellent job. You've outdone yourself this time. Thanks. Thank. Did you get it? Excellent. Our pup is ready for a fight. I don't know if you've picked up on this, but there's a bit of a rivalry between the ogres and the rest of us. For me, it's personal. This one ogre has a pet raptor named Butcher. He's taken out the last 3 of my Corehound pups. I think this last one will fare differently. He's got real killer instincts. Go to the Seat of the Chosen. Challenge Chromco to a match between the two beasts. Humiliate him for me. You're on the fast track to success. Let us hope you don't ruin your track record with such silly notions as compassion and humaneness. It's like suicidal empathy. Come, let's discuss your future. First, I gotta do this other quest, apparently. We'll call it the Gerudo Valley. My raptor can take anything and anyone. Pokemon music. Bum 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 bum. Ah! What the hell, dude? Okay. That's how it's done. Okay, now we get the other quest. Come on. There we go. We took Dark Whisper Gorge from the demons of the Burning Legion by force. We've held on to our territory pretty well so far, with one exception. We recently lost the Gate of Sulthon to a pit lord and his army. We cannot allow this to stand. Here, use this talisman when near him. You'll gain the powers of a flame ascendant, temporarily. Make it count. The demons of the Burning Legion think they can just walk up and take whatever territory they want. Sure, the territory was previously theirs, but that's beside the point. We'll teach them not to cross the Twilight's hammer. Zelda game, Zelda game. I'm actually really torn on this. Because I can only pick one thing, and what I want is like 15 different things. It's not like Mario, where I can answer that immediately and without effort, because I'm a total dorcas, and I've been working on a hand-based Mario 4X game for literal years now. Zelda? It's actually funny, Ross, because that was my first thought, if I'm being completely honest. So, to talk that out a little bit, my first thought is they should be kind of working on two Zelda games going forward. One is Twilight Princess 2, for lack of a better way to put it. A more or less traditional Zelda, trying to go ahead and just be a standard Zelda. I don't know how to better put that, right? A Zelda game. Now, there's several reasons for that. First of all, I think the Zelda genre is a good genre, and I'd like to see more games of it.